New customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Come on in. The water is warm on a beautiful Thursday in St. Louis, Missouri. Doug, welcome to the Bi-State region.
Well, I've been in the Bi-State region for some time now, but it's nice to be welcome back.
Yachty's basketball team is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says, good morning, Jake. And that's to Jake Reynolds, of course, who leads things off with a positive thought every morning in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. We welcome you to watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the TMASTL channel and listen, of course, on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN app and the TMASTL app as well. Jackson Burkett, Doug, is manning the televisions for us here as we head to Oakmont for an update where it might be Ludwig's time. He is a mere 70 holes away from his first major championship. He is 2 under par. What are you seeing from Ludwig in the early going at Oakmont?
Well, I think if he can just get up and down, he'll be in good shape. What he wants to do, as opposed to some of the other golfers, is hit fairways and greens. I call it fairways and greens.
Nice.
If he can avoid trouble and just hit it straight and make the putts, I think this particular golfer will be in good shape.
Doug, is it a weekend where you really want to manage the course?
Now, this is a weekend where course management is going to come into play. Unlike so many other tournaments where it really doesn't, you can just do pretty much whatever you want to do. Here, that course must be managed, and it's got to stay managed.
That's eye-opening.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about golf?
As I'm looking at that course, the overhead shots on TV, it looks like there's no trees there. I like a course with no trees.
They took them all down. That was an edict here over the last. Was that Gil Hance came in and renovated this golf course?
Did. I don't know.
We'll keep you abreast of things. Matthew
I'm
Fitzpatrick.
pro-tree, Doug. I'm sorry. On a golf course?
It'll knock your ball down. You'll get stuck behind.
Well, don't hit it
trees.
into the trees, son.
I like that. I like calling Doug son. You can call Doug son as well.
I can't help it.
314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. 314-974-0101. And then Michelob Ultra, sponsor of our YouTube chat. John Score says, no one breaks it down like Doug Vaughn.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've studied the game, frankly, and I know what each individual player needs to do compared to the other fellas in the group. So, if you have any questions about this, if I have time, and I am pressed for time.
Yeah, you are a little.
If I have the time, I'll break a player down for you.
Martin, very rare to open up the Air Comfort Service text inbox and see somebody acknowledging wrongdoing. But we have one. Jackson's Lone Wispy Pube leads things off and says, TMA mea culpa. Yesterday, I took a shot at Martin for his surprise guest for the ages. I PLTD'd this morning, and Martin totally came through with Kevin Harlan. Fantastic guest and fantastic interview. Tim, great questions as always.
Oh.
That's from Jackson's Lone Wispy Pube. Martin, the last surprise guest before Kevin Harlan, John Hamm, then Kevin Harlan. There is a lot of momentum right now in the surprise guest category. And Doug, would you say where are all Martin's surprise guest haters now?
Well, what is there to hate? Why would you be critical
I
in the
think the
first
sweet,
place?
sweet Kai booking was tough.
Oh.
That was offered as a cheeky surprise. That was, and combined with the Plowhawk, I think it was a delight. Mm-hmm. I stand by it. Not every base hit is a home run. Sometimes it's a solid single. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's a little nubber.
Oh, I like that little nubber. Yeah. Who wants to be the little
Maybe
nubber?
the next guest on the show will be Lil Nubber. But the thing that comes across with Harlan, he's just a really normal person. I've only interviewed him in person a handful of times at the Valley, but he's always, he'll text back, I would be honored to be on the show. I mean, like, he's seriously that guy. Like, just enjoying
Doug, you're not even
life.
honored to be on the show.
No, not particularly honored. No. Obligated. More than honored.
Contractually obligated to be here from 7 to 11. Coming up on your Stiefel dossier today, we have Miles Mikolas joining the program. And we'll scream at him about the Cardinals getting swept.
Okay.
That's at 9:30 on your Stiefel dossier. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, 10:45. Stiefel dossier.
I'm sure he'll accept that criticism very nicely.
We'll get into the T-shirt. Suck it,
England.
It was his shirt the other day. I think he picks fashion with a purpose, knowing that it'll be on TV. He wore one of those Gulf of America hats during one of the post games. So I think he knows that it's going to create a little chatter, and he doesn't mind that.
No.
Much like this squad is creating some chatter around town.
No.
After that homestand for the ages.
Well, first time they've been swept at home in a year since last April to Milwaukee, I read. It's starting to feel a little wobbly.
Oh, boy.
It's starting to feel a little wobbly.
Doug Vaughn sells stock.
Yeah, Lipitor, not good for, the third or fourth start in a row.
Hasn't made it through the fifth inning in the last three starts.
Newt wore the golden sombrero yesterday. Gorman struck out 3 times. Just feels like it's kind of starting to get a little wobbly.
Can I get a roster reset? They're in Milwaukee. This is when Mo comes through and says, we've made a few moves today. We brought up some
Do you think today is a reset day?
I think it's due. I'm not positive it'll happen. I'll wait for Katie Wu to announce it, but I feel like Sajacy could come up, Valade could go down, maybe Ryan Fernandez for Roycroft. Just get sprinkle in maybe.
I feel like you're calling your shot. I might invest on that.
This is honestly just me throwing that out there, but over the years, there'll be a little lull in a season, and they'll throw some and hopefully a little more meaningful than a guy you've never heard of gets called up. We put Swanson on the IL. Oh, okay, that's not what I'm talking about.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
Well, then, Charlie, you'll be delighted because this is a 4-gamer in Milwaukee in one of Jackson's least favorite ballparks.
And he's never been there.
That's true.
Just
That's
because of
not
the
fair.
roof.
Yeah, I think it all looks bad.
You don't like the big windows that are wide open and
Yeah, I think
shining on the players, much like here at Creve Coeur, shining on you.
when your ballpark looks more like what they have in Miami than it does Wrigley Field, you're not winning. You know what I'm saying? It looks a lot like Miami's.
But when they tell you the game's going to start at 7:05, it'll start at 7:05 or
Okay.
6:40 or whatever. It's not going to be a rain delay. It's not going to be too cold. There'll be no problems.
I personally have a little bit more grit, a little bit more sandpaper in my game. If it's 62 degrees at first pitch, I think I'll be okay if I'm sitting out in the elements. This is summer, Doug. Come on, baby.
Come on, baby.
Oh, this is summer, Doug. Come on,
baby.
Could be a T-shirt.
No.
Could be a hat.
Come on, son.
Get yours at tmastlshop.com. Doug, this is summer, baby.
By the way,
Come
when
on.
Jackson stepped in there with Kevin Harlan, I enjoyed the question. I feel like Jackson's been ready for his moment. Kind of the guy who just got called up on a roster reset, and we throw him out there. LaRusso had put him in the lineup that night, whether it's John Hamm or Kevin Harlan. And yours was about not having sort of a scripted phrase or a signature phrase, and that opened the door into a great little visit into Harlan's world. So kudos to you,
Thank you. Yeah.
Young Alliance.
Thank you. I love Kevin Harlan. My favorite, him and Joe Buck. Like that's my two favorite play-by-play guys on a national scale.
Okay,
I think they're just
I
outstanding.
think a lot of people would agree with that.
Yeah, I think they're awesome. And I think Harlan, I think he benefits from not having some like signature call that he has to make in big moments. You know, he can just kind of do what he feels in that moment.
Why do you hate Al Michaels?
I think for some guys it works really well.
Okay.
But I think if forcing it and it not working is way worse than just doing it organically.
Why do you hate sports radio? When we come back, why the NHL's in trouble. And then you come back 5 minutes later and you don't really address that.
No.
You just...
By the way, they're going back to Atlanta. Did you see that? Or there's an aggressive effort.
Well, I knew that there's talk of Atlanta and Houston, but I didn't know.
I guess that they're going to build a new arena, and they have, I'm not sure if it's on strong authority, but they're confident like the NHL will come to this new building in Atlanta. I thought, oh my God, how many times are you going to do that? That's hope. There's hope that we'll have the NFL.
Well, remember, they have approved a $3 billion mixed-use development arena and are going to apply for NHL expansion in Atlanta.
Yeah, I may have read it a little
That's
too
from Ron
optimistically.
Gant's Fox 5 Atlanta. Friend of the program, Ron Gant.
He'd be a fun friend.
That sounds like surprise guest coming our way.
Although
I think he anchors in the morning.
I would say he might be pressed for time. It might be during a break.
That really surprises me.
Yeah.
It really is the Ron Gant?
Yes.
Yeah, so is it the Fox affiliate?
I believe it's the Fox affiliate. I don't know if he still is, but he was for a long time morning host. But I'll tell you that Kurt Menefee, who's one of the faces of Fox, he does Good Morning New York every day, Fox New York.
God
Which
bless
is
him.
unbelievable. I mean, he doesn't need the money. I think he just likes to work, to be busy, to have options.
I know the NHL would love to have a team in markets the size of Atlanta and Houston, but didn't they learn in Phoenix that maybe you just can't force it if you're in an area that just isn't much of a hockey hotbed? Yeah. Somehow it works in Florida, but it sure hasn't worked in Atlanta. It sure didn't work in Phoenix. And I struggle to believe it would work in Houston. Maybe I'm wrong.
What about a Thrashers Coyotes Stanley Cup final?
I think it would work in Milwaukee. Why doesn't Milwaukee get a team? Hockey's huge
Chi-Town
in
stand
Wisconsin.
up.
I just wonder if
And then
corporate...
that would be 4 teams in a relatively small market.
But it works in football, basketball, baseball.
But that doesn't address that it would be 4 teams. I think that plays a role into it.
4 teams.
You mean too close together, as you said?
I'm saying 4 teams in a small market.
Oh, 4 teams, 4 pro teams.
I realize it's Green Bay, but I mean that is Milwaukee's team. To have 4 major teams, and what's that market size is Milwaukee, Martin? I'm going to go to you for this. I feel like you know the answer.
I would say low 20s, like 28, 29, 30. Somewhere in that
Milwaukee,
range.
I think, is 38. I was in an argument with my buddy about market sizes for the
Wow,
Bucks.
what a conversation that had to be.
Wow,
Like,
nerds.
It was with Herb. Herb's a big Bucks fan.
Were you talking pickleball and then you just segued into DMI?
He was complaining about
ADI.
the media coverage of Giannis, and I don't know.
You kind of get pissed about the media coverage of Giannis.
Really do.
Yeah,
really get upset.
I just
Were you guys
recently,
on Molly?
That's a bridge too far for me.
I just recently looked at Milwaukee's market size, and it's 38.
Is that right? That feels too small.
Well,
I think what Tim is pointing out could be an issue because corporate dollars are what they often talk about. And the Bucks are going to draw corporate dollars. The Brewers are. And then Green Bay is not a very big city, so a lot of money out of Milwaukee goes to cover, Packers, corporate sponsors.
I just think it's such a hockey hotbed.
Yeah.
I think it's be a no-brainer that they would support it.
Yeah, the target right now is Houston and now Atlanta. $3 billion mixed use. Remember when it was a big deal when Jerry Jones built AT&T Stadium and it was $1 billion? Now they're building NHL arenas that are $3 billion. Alan Dadeville is a Georgia guy, and he texted in that 10 years ago where they're building that new arena was nothing but woods. The population shift is all going that direction. That's from Alan Dadeville, former Thrashers season ticket holder. Doug, so we have an Atlanta insider on this show.
All right. That's north of downtown, I'm guessing?
I would imagine. And is that in the vicinity of where Truist Field is? If you have driven through Atlanta,
I would think.
You hit Truist Field, I feel like about a half hour before you get to downtown Atlanta, heading southbound, that is.
It'd be nice if they could get some traffic in there for a change. Because the traffic is so light there in Atlanta that they really need to have some more development in that stretch.
Well, maybe this NHL franchise will bring that traffic.
I mean, you can sit there and for almost an hour and go nowhere near that stadium, near that baseball stadium. I've done that, been there and done that.
The Chicago Blackhawks have been against Milwaukee getting an NHL team because Chicago basically owns the Milwaukee market. They play a preseason game there every season. That is most of the reason. That's from the 636. And now we have a Milwaukee insider in addition to Martin.
It shouldn't be the reason. If one city can tell another city, you can't have a team because we want this market. That sucks.
Shot at Jerry Jones. Shot at Clark Hunt.
Absolutely. I'm going to Chicago. Stand up.
Sounds like you're for Chicago.
I'd like to be from Milwaukee and be told, well, I know you'd like a hockey team, but somebody in Chicago doesn't want you to have one. No, that makes no sense to me.
You are welcome to get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. You can text in. That's Air Comfort Service text inbox. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And, of course, you can participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 112 friends have gathered, including Erwin M. Fletcher. He says, morning, fellas. Hope you had a great Wednesday evening. The Cardinals didn't. I improved on my -2 at McNair with a -6 at Endicott Park. Wonderful track out there. Not as wonderful as Tim, though. That's from Erwin M. Fletcher. And I believe now that refreshes my memory, he's the one who plays disc golf. And I guess he had a
that's right.
-2 at McNair and a -6 at Endicott. So this guy can play.
Have you guys ever done that, disc golf? You ever played that?
I haven't had the opportunity yet.
I have some buddies who are really into it.
Herb?
No, not Herb.
Oatmeal, probably?
Nah, not his bag. Different friends.
Private Citizen Pete?
No, we play real golf.
Well, who are these friends?
It's unimportant. Just know that they're friends.
Did you just kind of throw it out there? Now you're thinking,
No,
okay.
they're legit friends. And
You don't want to name them, but they don't have cute little nicknames yet, so you're struggling to say who they are.
That's exactly right, Martin.
Okay.
It seems fun. I don't know.
I think I did a story on it. They're out by the Principia.
Is there one?
Town and Country, that high school that now is a dominant athletic program.
Oh, yeah.
They've got a disc golf there, visible from Clayton. I don't know if you can just walk on.
I don't know what the rules
You
are.
have to pay to play?
I don't know the
Member
rules.
guest
I don't
today
think you
out at
do.
Principia disc golf.
We got a text from inside the Blues locker room. Daddy Padre with some insight. He says Houston, Atlanta, and Phoenix will all have teams within the next 8 years. Gary knows what he's doing. The issue in Phoenix is they haven't had the arena in the right spots since Dougie covered the big ones downtown. Same goes for ATL with it being away from the city. That's from Dad, DBA Daddy Padre.
Since Dougie covered the big ones downtown, what the hell does that mean?
Well, I mean, his name's on the cup. He won it 6 years ago today.
He didn't have anything to do with it. No.
And so I think you have to give him some, is runway our phrase in St. Louis in 2025?
Yeah.
Well, Daddy Padre gets runway. His name's on the chalice.
Didn't Chief mention him in that famous speech? Sonny, Steiner, Perry, Padre.
He didn't.
You sure?
No. I saw him in practice once. They beat him like a government mule.
Maybe Martin can have Walt call in again to talk about his time in those 20 games in Atlanta. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Keith Kachuk appearances on this program. Apparently in the crosshairs of some of the listeners, Martin, even though you're coming off of Kevin Harlan and John Hamm. Doug, can this program win?
I don't think we can.
And Kevin Harlan called out John Hamm about the basketball and said, "Fess up, John."
That's right.
We got Harlan. That should have made it to the New York Post. Kevin Harlan calls out. We should have sent that over immediately. Harlan gets sideways with actor John Hamm. That would have been the headline. And then you read the whole story and it doesn't back it up.
No feud.
But that would be the headline. We would get the clicks. Does anybody other than this fella not enjoy a Big Walt phone call? By the way, today would be a glorious day for a Big Walt call with the NHL finals going on. He's a lot of fun. His son's in the Stanley Cup.
We ought to have Big Walter on.
I think actually when the cup is over, I think we get him on.
See what's doing.
Yeah.
He's probably down in Sunrise this evening, I would imagine. Might be getting some work in. I think he's working on his short game. Every disc golf guy is a weirdo and works at a big box store. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Is that true?
Why would you have to work at a big box store?
Yeah, I don't see the correlation at all.
I liked it, though.
Yeah, I didn't mind it.
Hey, Doug, I had White Castle for lunch yesterday. I genuinely think they have the best crinkle cuts in the game. Loaded them some bitches up with so much catsup I had to eat them with the fark. That's from Lefty Jacksmere.
Okay.
It's a good text. Shake Shack, I think, might challenge them in the crinkle cut department.
Are all crinkle cuts the same? I know that's controversial.
Oh, no. I think White Castles are much more fluffy, a little floppier. And
less yield?
Shake Shacks are a little more rigid, a little more structured.
Why are you
Shake Shack.
talking like that?
Yeah,
Why are
what's
you
going
talking
on? Are you running for office?
Are you
I'm not
speaking
against it.
code? Choppy delivery? Kind of like somebody who has been coached up by a PR team and you have talking points?
Yeah. I don't know why I did that.
Shake Shack, a little pricey. A little pricey.
No doubt.
Daddy Padre, you can go to hell!
Oh.
That's from Bob Wagon, who for whatever reason really does not like Daddy Padre. Nothing says fat remote worker slob like a disc golf player. That's from Buck Showalter's slightly used jockstrap.
Why
is that taking
with
shrapnel?
this with pickleball, like everyone is saying all these people who are exercising are fat. Like I don't get like everyone who's now doing
So
something
I'm not
outside
crossfitting, bro.
is fat. It's like, well, they're trying.
It's
clearly.
probably, here's a sport or activity that I don't do, so it must be for losers.
Yeah, that's fair.
Man, I'm telling you, pickleball took shrapnel yesterday, today, disc golf, Doug. Well, you can express your discontent with whatever activity it is by texting in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of that text inbox. Miles Mikolas on the Stiefel dossier. That's coming your way at 9:30. The Cardinals get swept by the Blue Jays yesterday, and we'll try to restore order. Martin sounds like he's predicting a roster reset of sorts today, and I like that play. So that is what we have coming up this weekend before the Cardinals go to the south side of Chicago and take on a very dangerous White Sox team. You can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. Doug, this forecast is problematic.
I know.
It just when is it going to stop? When can we just have like a couple of weeks of summer weather without storms? Storms tomorrow, storms Saturday. And for those of you cheering for me to be unhappy, which I feel like is about 80% of the audience, I have some what kids call outdoor activities over the next few days that I think are just going to be under storms nonstop. Yeah, unfortunate bad beat. Storms tomorrow, storms on Saturday, and according to the Apple forecast, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Day off on next Thursday. Then the storms start up again on Friday. That is what we've got here in St. Louis. And we are in the rainy season? Is this the rainy season?
Well, it's hurricane season for sure.
Yeah, so I guess that's what we're dealing with. Some
hurricanes coming through.
Some outer bands. Design Air's online at DesignAirService.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Seth Goldcamp has been the longest running sponsor on TMA. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email today. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, a tribute to the late Brian Wilson.
Passed away yesterday. Had a great run. Very talented guy. I don't think we'll ever hear this music again, do you?
Like Beach Boys style?
redone. Yeah, this style come back.
What would you say?
People are going to listen to this forever, especially the people that grew up in that era. But I don't know that they make any new music that sounds anything at all like this, do they?
What would you say that the Beach Boys style is? To me, they're kind of like a musical barbershop quartet, like a more pop music barbershop quartet.
I think that whole sound felt like California, didn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of California surfing.
And then the Bare Naked Ladies wrote about Brian Wilson.
Is that 98?
Was he lying in bed just like Brian Wilson
It's
did?
tough. You know what? I'm going to go earlier than that, Doug, for you.
93?
Well, don't stress out about it.
I'm going to go 96 to get me 95 and 97. I don't feel good about it. I mean, this is just kind of like a fun little play, like a parlay.
It's a good time. Yeah.
It's a good time.
I've got 92 released.
Boy, 93 would have hit then for you, Martin. Nice job.
Brian Wilson.
92, really?
Song was written by Stephen Page as a tribute to the Beach Boys co-founder Brian Wilson.
Okay.
Passed away 87 years old. All right. 84 years old.
Was he that old?
TMA 101 ESPN, Brown and Crouppen, sponsor of this program, a program that welcomes you to participate via text, via email, via phone call, and via YouTube chat, which is presented to you by Michelob Ultra. Michelob Ultra, glorious weather today, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it, if you're going to be outdoors and enjoying the weather. Michelob Ultra, a perfect accompaniment. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of our YouTube chat here on the Morning After. Doug, the Cardinals get swept yesterday, and it sounds like you might be selling your stock in the Cardinals.
Right now it's a hold.
You're in a holding pattern?
Yeah, it's a hold. It's not a sell yet. I think the series in Milwaukee might give us a better grip because I think we're getting close to the time where they got to consider, are we contenders or are we not? And right now, I think that's still up in the air.
Katie Wu with a column this morning on The Athletic regarding that exact topic. With 3 early storylines to watch with regard to the Cardinals and that trade deadline, because at this moment, after what was a disappointing homestand, considering that if you would have looked at it in advance, you would have said, okay, well, the Dodgers series might be a problem, but see what you can do against the Royals and Blue Jays, even though Toronto had been playing well. They wind up going 3-6 on the homestand, and now sitting going, okay, well,
3-5, right? 3-5.
And then
They lost
3-6, 1-5 against the Royals and Blue Jays.
Right.
They lost 3 to Toronto, 1 to LA, and 1
Jackson's
to
smiling as he watches Doug do
And he
math.
has math problems himself over there.
He has 3
I just want to focus on disc golf and pickleball.
'Cause they did
If
lose-
people want to do math, I'm here.
They did lose both games of that doubleheader to Kansas City. That's what.
No, they
won the
those.
first one.
Well, son of a sack ass.
They
Cheers at a walk.
I'm reading
All right,
this.
welcome
ESPN
back. Brian
schedule
Wilson
all
has
wrong.
passed. The Cardinals went 3-6 on the
Okay,
homestand.
all right.
Not necessarily, though.
Doggone it.
Take a look at this number.
They also had one postponed.
Yeah,
That hurt.
That counts as a P.
Okay. What was the record on the last homestand? Anyone have that?
Jackson, you're good at math.
6 and 1P.
Okay.
Yeah. The real
Like
record.
an MLS standing, and they reverse them depending on where you look.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's
You put the draw in the
frustrating.
middle or at the end, and you see the team's record. Wow, they've got a lot of losses. No, those are draw.
Yeah, I don't care for that.
Reverse them.
John Cusick says, trade them all. That's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube
Trade
chat.
them all.
Because there's a demand.
I think it's too early to cash in
Trade 'em
chips
all.
at this point.
What about sending them straight into the sun? Is it too early for that?
Definitely too early for that.
Well, Newt's not hitting. Victor's not hitting. Your outfield question that's gone on for 10 years continues to rear its ugly head. Don't really have a settled outfield. I do think a good barometer of a team, if you go around, if I said either an all-star at this moment or do you see it the next couple of years? And you go through each player. I'd say Mason Wynn, maybe.
Yeah.
Donovan, maybe even this year.
Herrera, maybe.
Maybe at some point. I guess as a DH. But you got a lot of guys in the outfield who just are pretty good. I mean, they're big leaguers, right? They're all way better than any one of us. But at the MLB level, not what you're looking for.
It's a below average major league outfield for sure.
And it has been for a while. And it's tough to roll out a lineup if your outfield isn't providing much pop.
Fork, meet Redbirds. They're done.
Oh.
That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler.
They just put a fork in the whole roster.
Well, you won't be saying that if they go to Milwaukee and win 3 out of 4. Or
They'd be winning the series, Doug.
It would be, but the big thing is that they'd get 3 wins.
Yeah.
And then they get to play the White Sox after that, so maybe they could make up some more ground there. And I think it's still too early to make that decision.
But recently, the starting pitchers have been more of who we would think the starting pitchers are based on, Doug, what we'll call today pattern of past practice.
Okay.
Pattern of past practice.
All right.
Not only is it accurate, but it also is fun because it's alliteration. And in sports talk radio, alliteration is wonderful. So pattern of past practice, there has been a bit of a regression, but the regression, I think, was expected. And in some cases, they were way above their skis. Sonny Gray, I think, is probably the one that you could sit there and go, okay, he's probably going to be able to continue some semblance of being their top pitcher. But otherwise, Liberatore was above his skis. I don't know what happened because when they pulled him in the last start, it was precautionary. Velocity was down, was anxious to see what would happen yesterday. And didn't go great. It wasn't dreadful. Started out fine, but then it got away from him. And our guest at 9:30 has had a couple of rough ones here as of late. Palante hasn't been wonderful either. And so now you're sitting there going, okay, this is kind of what you got. And then you take a look at the outfield, as you were just noting. And I don't know where the solutions are going to come from.
Well, what they need to do, Tim, is get hot.
Okay.
And that solves a lot of problems.
Because of babies.
Yeah, they do have Gray pitching today against a Milwaukee pitcher making his major league debut, Mizzou.
That'll be a problem.
So,
Never heard of him? Oh, no.
Nope.
Shut him down. Sonny Gray, last 2 starts, 13 in the third innings, no runs. And they do tend to win. I think going back to last year, when he pitches, they tend to win. They're 11-2 this year in Sonny Gray starts.
and he's 7-1 record. So
Guys,
maybe they'll get this one.
He's probably got a baseball in his hand right now at the Fister.
Calling it now, sweep by the Sox and full-on fire sale, much to the dismay of the fat slob disc golf players.
Oh,
how did that come back?
It's so unfair.
That's Buck Showalter's slightly used jockstrap, and Buck Showalter's slightly used jockstrap is really anti-disc golf. This Erwin M. Fletcher started something in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat today, and Buck Showalter's used jockstrap slightly is here to put out that fire.
Is there any real reason to hate it? I mean, they don't bother anybody, do they? They just throw a frisbee to the woods, and that's bothering people? Seems like that might be some people like things and some people don't like other things type of deal.
Professional Disc Golf Association is the governing body. Close to 300,000 registered players. Doug, when did it start?
You want a year? I don't know the years.
It
more.
started in the early 1960s. There's great debate, Tim, over who came up with the idea first. The consensus is that multiple groups of people played independently throughout the 60s. Students at Rice University in Houston would hold tournaments with trees as targets. 1964. Was that when they were doing a lot of acid, or was that... Did it all kind of...
A little later on in the decade.
Is that a little early for acid?
Yeah, I think so.
July 9th will be the turnaround date. It's Rally Chain Giveaway Night, and the Power Hoosiers will be out in droves to bring the ball club to 4 games out of 3rd wild card finish. Probably many disc golfers in that demographic, too. That's from Carlos Spicer. Doug, this disc golf thing is included in damn near every text.
They dare not have a disc golf giveaway at a Cardinal game, or they will all wind up on the field, every last disc.
When Tommy Herr hit the grand slam against the Mets and it was seat cushion night.
All of them on the field. Yes. Every last one.
Great video.
Get involved on the program, calling in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And you can text in 314-399-9646. That is how you can get involved on this program, which is called The Morning After. And Doug, we welcome you to podcast the program as well. Somebody started off the program by saying they went back to podcast Kevin Harlan's appearance on the show. The podcast on TMA and 101 ESPN is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gossard. Do you know anything about Schaefer Door Company?
I do. They've been out to my house. They do great work. They like us to focus on the name Schaefer because apparently there's a couple of other businesses in town called Schaefer. This is one F. SCHAEFER. Best to call or text them at 636-782-3608. One of the things they have that's a little unique is they have a special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They are fully staffed and ready to go on Monday morning. You have a problem with your garage door, Schaefer Door will get out there lickety-split. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. If you run a business or a warehouse and have those big giant doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members that work there. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you talk with an actual person when you give them a little ring. The service techs are not commission-based. They're not going to sell you a brand new door if you don't need it. I didn't need it. They came out to my house. I just needed a strut. You know what they did? They put in a new strut, and now my door just works perfectly. So go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text them at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer.
Doug, we welcomed people to partake, but I am going to be a banty little rooster coming back, and I think I might have an ally in my compadre from the Tim McKernan Show podcast. His name is Jackie Papers.
Oh, yeah?
I will tell you why on the other side of the commercial break. Somebody just went to teasing camp.
I was going to leave. Now I'm staying.
Yeah, now you're going to stay in the car. That's coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new vehicle, you can get one at autoloanpro.com. Doesn't matter what your circumstances are. If you've had any past hiccups, they're going to find a way to get you a new car with little or no money down. Also going to work hard to make sure they get you the best rate possible. How do they do that? Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. Looking for the best financing they can get you. On top of that, their website, great vehicle to learn more about how the credit industry works. You can download a free playbook. It's right there at autoloanpro.com. Just scroll down on the website. You'll see Robert Thomas, friend of the show, except when he doesn't call in when the season's over. But scroll right past that, down to the free playbook, autoloanpro.com, where you'll learn more about how credit works, but also get a vehicle, whatever you can afford, maybe this time around, then the next time around, each time. Maybe you're upgrading a little bit. Auto Loan Pro is going to be with you every step of the way. Autoloanpro.com, the website where you get the vehicle. You also get a little bit of an education there. They are part of the Lita family.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose yesterday, fall into a sweep by the Blue Jays. That's 4 losses in a row for the Redbirds. They try to stop the bleeding today with a sunny gray start in Milwaukee. That's going to be a 6:40 p.m. first pitch. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
And when that bat is in his hands, Bush will scream, yell, shout, and roar. One day, he will play in the all-star game. That ball is on the field. Best believe that someone's gonna score. Colby, let's go. Cardinals, let's get that triple, double, single, that smooth home run. Got a flat bill looking fine for him to shield the sun. Now take my eye black off, flap it on my shirt. Colby is high like the fire, high like fire. I love number 28. Colby's fire burning in the outfield. Whoa.
Let's get you fired up for the Brewers series, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially hoping Colby Rasmus can get hot.
How is a song like that even recorded?
Boom!
That could be somebody just walking down the alley singing, but yet it got recorded and somehow made its way into the internets.
Yeah,
It's fascinating.
She probably did it. She did it and put it up there. That'd be my guess.
Probably.
It's a fabulous tune.
Can I share a Rich Gould anecdote?
If you would, please.
I don't know what made me think of that. He sends me and Mandy Murphy a text yesterday, about 4:30. We're all at work. And it's clearly like a public pool. And there's just and there's kids everywhere. And when I saw him at the McKernan day, he showed me a picture of his pool. It got hit by the tornado. Like his pool got split down the middle, the concrete, like
Holy
really
crap.
legit ruined his pool, the tornado. And I guess the house was fine. But he was saying, you know, I love my pool. You want to see what it looks like? That was back on McKernan day. So yesterday he just sends a text. And it's clearly like just kids at the like Caddyshack, the caddy day. And he said, this is my life now. Kids running around screaming Marco Polo. God, I need a vodka tonic. And I think we need Uncle Rich to come in. I think he needs some soothing. I think he needs a friend. So prayers for Uncle Rich.
Yeah. Maybe you could visit us tomorrow when Tim's not here.
I'll be in the Hamptons. Jackson's parents offered their place this weekend, and that's going to be fun. The weather in the Hamptons, Montauk in particular, is supposed to be beautiful. Thank you to your parents. I hope they enjoyed the fruit basket.
No doubt. Yeah. Little rain coming for you this week, but it's a pretty big home.
That should soften up Shinnecock for
That's right.
the
Yeah.
member guest. I'm playing it up there. It's always fun when I get invited to play the Shinnecock member guest.
You have been invited?
Yeah, so that'll be fun. I like to hang out with the finance bros and do horse.
Horse.
Yeah. You can call in on your member guests, 314-974-0101, or text in 314-399-9646. Doug, I hate to do this, but I'm banty as all get out.
Why?
Papers, do you know why I'm banty? Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett theorizing why I'm banty.
I don't know. No, I don't.
Okay. College football.
College football.
See, I don't know if you're aware.
Missouri schedule times?
Yes.
Schedule windows.
And I knew it was going to happen. Jackson and I were doing QFTA the day they announced the time for Missouri LSU.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, that was brutal.
And I just knew it was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
My theory, Martin, this is a master's thesis. Should I ever pursue my undergrad? As Kevin Harlan was briefed yesterday that I have 8 credit hours left.
Seemed to dunk on Mizzou quite a bit,
Yeah,
didn't he?
good. That was unfortunate. Is when the SEC has one of their protected brands going into, all due respect to my almost alma mater, one that certainly would not be considered a protected brand and is not necessarily a powerhouse, but they can sneak up and grab you. Doug, they'll tackle you by the ankles as you're about to break away.
Okay.
That what they will do, should one of those protected brands have a road game at one of the schools,
Oh, I just saw it.
they give them the old 11 o'clock kickoff. Martin's head just went down, and you certainly don't have the Missouri emotion I have pumping through my veins, brother.
I didn't know. I thought they were all just windows that were announced. I just see.
Well, for the most part, they are. But if I could have bet it, I would have bet it. Missouri, Alabama, 11 o'clock kickoff.
Oh. At Oklahoma at 11, too, but you won't be going there.
The Missouri-Alabama game is in Columbia. The one in November is in Norman. And what that does is it takes away atmosphere. That's why you have Michigan and Ohio State fans raging about those 11 o'clock kickoffs. I guess there it's noon kickoffs because it takes away from the atmosphere. And I just don't think it's a coincidence. It's very predictable. Now you might go, okay, well then how come they don't put, when Alabama takes on, take your pick of who you would want to go with, Tennessee maybe. Well, they're not going to put that at 11 o'clock. Why? Because now you have two of the, and I understand that, two of the more premier brands, you want them in the big window. But when it's one of like kind of a Missouri, take your pick of whoever else would fall into the category, they put that at 11 o'clock. This is what goes on, and it's been going, and it's not just Missouri, but easily the biggest home game this year is Alabama. I'm sure some people would say it's Kansas, but, respectfully, if you're a college football fan, it's Alabama coming through Columbia.
Why do you hate Central Arkansas?
All due respect, that's a big Thursday night game before we head down to the lake for Labor Day weekend. But
it is kind of disappointing if you're a Mizzou fan who feel the momentum of the last 2 years, if you feel it was real and, hey, we won some games, we made some bowls, whatever. This tells you that you're still not enough of a brand that they say, oh, wow, Mizzou, Alabama, that's got to be at 2:30. That's got to be a night game. That's part of what hurts too,
and that they didn't. They have a lot of these games that still have not been determined as far as times go. But that this is what goes on. When LSU was coming here with Jaden Daniels a couple of years ago, that was an 11 o'clock game, brutal, and this one now an 11 o'clock game. So disappointing on that front as far as other games go. The Kansas game, I think that had already been set though because it's a non-conference game, is a 2:30 start. Then they play one of the randos the following week, Louisiana. Get into real games with South Carolina. That one is to be determined, but South Carolina would not fall into the category of protected brand. Then they have UMass, Doug. UMass, they get a night game for the UMass tilt.
That'll give them all afternoon to look at the leaves.
No, they're coming here.
And that's September, so the leaves will still be green, right?
We owe them some leaf. We owe them some leaf.
Oh, yeah.
The Minutemen will be going around Boone County looking at leaves.
The big tree.
Yeah.
Missouri at Auburn, that game time is a flex game time. And then Missouri Vanderbilt, that's a flex game time. And it's a recognized pattern if you kind of know the program. That's the way that it goes.
This is brutal.
Yes, it is, Colonel. Jackson, were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Yeah, because if you were aware of it, you might have been able to guess it.
Yes, I would have. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it sucks. 11 a.m. games suck. Like, if you're in St. Louis, try to go to the game, it makes for a really early wake up and traffic down 70 when you're trying to get there. Or
it just takes away from the atmosphere.
Right. And then the afterwards, it's not as fun. It sucks. And road teams do better in those 11 a.m. games. It sucks.
Alabama. Who cares? Mizzou sucks.
Hey.
It's from Eric in the Central West End.
Nonsense.
Alabama at Georgia.
I assume that's an 11 o'clock.
10 a.m. start. 6:30 on ABC. And then we have Alabama at Florida State to open the season.
That's not the SEC's jurisdiction where they can set things up.
2:30 on ABC. Now, here's a bit of an anomaly. Wisconsin is playing at Alabama. They put that game at 11 a.m.
Yeah, but that's a different...
No, I know. I'm just saying that Alabama...
I'm talking about the conference.
Right, no, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at some of their games and matchups.
I mean, Notre Dame goes to Arkansas. That's an 11 o'clock kick. But again, from the standpoint of this is just what kind of goes on, and it's recognized. I feel like Vanderbilt, which Diego Pavia will be turning 40, I think, but he still will be at quarterback. They kind of get a goofball game, one of their big games. It might be the week after Alabama, Missouri. Yeah, LSU, Vanderbilt, that's the 11 o'clock kickoff. Brian Kelly says this is his best roster ever at LSU. Well, we'll take care of it. What happened to Alabama last year when they had, I think it was an afternoon, a late evening game. I don't recall what it was, or late afternoon game when Alabama went down there and lost. We'll give LSU the 11 o'clock kickoff. This is something I recognize, and I understand the program, but as a Missouri fan, the game in your conference is when Alabama comes to town, and you get the 11 o'clock kickoff. So yeah, I'm a Banty Rooster. But, Doug, yes, UMass is at night, so you'll be able to enjoy that at night.
Good. Okay. Well, sir, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about this? You going to maybe spend the night there Friday night and do your horse? And then you wake up Saturday and you
just keep doing my horse.
Yeah, and you're ready
Saturday
to go?
morning would be the call.
I booked hotels at the Ritz-Carlton of Columbia, Missouri.
But do you get Friday and Saturday or just Saturday?
That's how you are able to lock in the hotels. You got to commit to both.
Both, okay.
So I have Kansas, I have South Carolina, I have Roll Tide, and I have Texas A&M. All due respect to UMass and the foliage. And the only one that I couldn't back out like a week out on was Alabama. So I might have to give somebody my ID because I will not be going down there for 2 nights for Missouri, Alabama with 11 o'clock kickoff. Especially when I think we're going to Auburn for that road game the following weekend.
Yeah, that's a better move.
It's to go to Auburn as opposed to the 11 o'clock kickoff.
Yeah. I want to go to a road SEC game real bad.
Have you been to one?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope. The only college football games I've viewed are at Faroe Field and Edward Jones Dome.
You know what, pal? We should go to the Vandy game. It's October 25th. Cardinals will be in the World Series.
That's
but
correct.
We've got a flex. It's either 2:30 to 3:30 or it's 5 to 7. So set your plans now.
I don't want my first SEC road game to be Vandy.
Why?
not?
Spend a couple of nights on Broadway in Nashville, put on your cowboy boots and your hat.
Bachelorette party season.
Have they even finished the stadium, or is Mizzou still going to be changing in a tent?
I don't care where they change clothes.
Yeah, that
This
gives
is
you
all
a better
about
chance to
you.
peek.
What's that, Doug?
This is all about you. It's not about where they change
No,
clothes.
I've been in Nashville when Mizzou played Vanderbilt.
Oh, any bachelorette parties? And Doug, what do the bachelorette parties do?
They drive around in these topless trucks and yell,
Yeah.
woo, all night long.
Yeah.
And then they just circle around and come back? Is that Broadway, Doug?
Yeah.
Tim, what's the best hotel in Columbia? Is that Downtown Hotel, the Tiger
I
Hotel?
think that actually is the
that
best
a nice
hotel.
I have no idea.
that
the
is-
Broadway.
I think that is.
The one by Willie's, the Broadway, and then Tiger. Those are the only two
Tiger
downtown
Hotel.
hotels.
Tim, the 11 a.m. time versus Bama really ticks me off. For those of us who travel to Como and tailgate, that means you have to be at the lots by 6 a.m. It is brutal. That is from the Dover Soul.
Why would you have to get there 5 hours early?
Dover Soul, you can call in. Chairman Kurt will take your call, and then we'll put you right on. 314-974-0101. The unknown DJ says 11 a.m. for Alabama is awful. What can we do to have fun in the world anymore? Nothing.
gosh.
I'm tired of it. That's from the unknown.
Can't do anything in the world to have fun because of a starting time in a football game.
Is it going to ruin everyone's summer?
I think it will.
Hey, Tim, would you rather have 11 a.m. kickoffs or St. Gabe's picnic in October? Thanks. That's from Big Tough Boy. Wow. Maybe we should tweet that out. What would you prefer?
What the hell can we do in this world to have fun?
Nothing. Nothing.
Because you're out there saying everything we say is wrong.
Yeah.
Is that
Tired
Gabe?
of it.
No.
Martin, I don't know if you
Oh,
recall
okay.
this, but you left the program in October 2006.
Left it in good hands.
And,
That's what I thought.
and the cat and I were left behind, fight like hell. 11 o'clock kickoff for us. And we were told there was going to be 2 months of auditions, and unfortunately, as it turns out, there were auditions, but the hire had already been made.
So
and
there
then
was a secret plan?
There was actually a secret plan, and it was that gentleman right there, and that was his reaction to a column criticizing, I believe, the Yankees announcer for calling Alex Rodriguez home runs A-bombs and how it was offensive to World War II.
Get over it.
And Bill Reloaded says, I could have gone apple picking down in Lewisburg and cider.
When our audience infiltrates Gabe's post-game show. I have never been more proud of this program's 21-year run. Mizzou got routed 34-0 yesterday against Bama, and Mizzou is supposed to be good. What have they done to deserve a late game? That's from Matt Holliday's earmoth.
Well, that's probably
Go to hell.
okay. It's probably the point they would make in the SEC office is Mizzou's not going to be competitive against Alabama, so why would
All
they
right.
feature that
Keep
as a
that same
primetime
energy.
game?
Yeah, keep that same energy.
Well, if you were with the SEC office and impartial, couldn't you come up with that conclusion pretty easily?
The A&M game last year wasn't exactly endorsement for the brand.
I can't be
A couple of big
impartial.
ones last year.
I simply cannot be impartial.
Okay.
It's rooted too deep, baby.
Okay.
11 o'clock kickoffs are like 8 o'clock CYC soccer games. I know I'm going to be blacked out early. That's from the Worsowitz Wacko, who I guess drinks for CYC soccer games.
That can't be recommended.
I had a 6-year-old indoor soccer game that started one time at 6:45. I thought, what are we doing here?
That should be against some sort of ordinance.
Yeah, we just tell our
We
son
got the
they
building
rained
was
out.
locked. Indoor soccer rained out. Power outage. That's what I heard.
That happened at SoFi once. They had rain coming in on their indoor stadium.
If you're not going to the game, if you're just a viewer at home, an 11 o'clock start, you can still kind of sleep in on a Saturday, get something to eat, and then bam, here's your football team on TV.
And then by 3
Until
o'clock, you're
3
outside
it's
raking
over.
leaves?
Yeah, then you got the rest of the night to go out and do cider and horse.
You Mizzou fans better be worried about playing Alabama, Oklahoma, Auburn instead of whining about your little 11 o'clock start. That's from the 618.
What the hell can we do to coach the team?
I do have eligibility left because of the 8 credit hours,
You and Pavia?
and I don't know. I don't know. I gotta work it out with Hubbard as far as being able to get away for some practices.
There could be a spot for you on this club.
Mike linebacker.
And then Gary Kornfeld will be sad he ever cut you.
If you were under center for the Missouri Tigers, over/under of plays before you end up in the hospital. Passing plays.
I think 0.5 has got to be the number.
I think it has to be. I think probably for all of us.
I'm still not happy with the term under center.
Why?
It's because it's meaningless.
I mean, they mostly
You're
run
not
out of the
under
shotgun.
you're not under the center.
Your hands are.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
They're not under him.
Yes. What do you mean?
They're right next to his fanny.
Do I need chairman to get into a three-point
But you're
stance
not-
real quick
but
and
you're
show
not-
you?
Yeah. You're not
Your entire
under-
person is not
Right,
under.
right,
the-
under
Right, you're not
anybody.
south of the center,
It's just,
but your hands
it's just
are.
a really odd way to describe playing quarterback. You're under center. What?
How about signal caller? You like that?
That's much better. Field general.
The plug bandit from Washmo has responded to the 618. Mizzou won 10 games with half of a quarterback, you dope.
Yeah.
It's a
With
response.
half a quarterback.
618. That's a shot at the New York Jets' Brady Cook.
He didn't spend a
I
lot of
think
time
he's-
under center.
He was limited, I think, is what he's saying.
And
Injured.
we'll always remember Drew Pine's time.
Against Oklahoma, not against Auburn. And we'll try to forget that.
Well, Brady Cook went across the street from the hospital and said, I'll come back and save the day.
That was awesome.
Get involved with a wide variety of thoughts. 314-399-9646. Cider and Horse, title segment. The 7 o'clock hour. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Miles Mikolas at 9:30 on the Stiefel dossier, along with our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can get involved with this program that is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. It is Brown and Crouppen, longtime sponsor now of TMA. The name of the game is to support the sponsors, and we ask you to support Brown and Crouppen should you need a personal injury attorney. And you're going to want somebody who is local anyway, and Brown and Croupen's been local since its founding here in the St. Louis area in 1979. They just built brand new offices on the Hill, and they are committed to taking care of St. Louisans and TMA listeners. It's Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Sometimes life is very sad, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not sad for J.J. Spawn, who is your leader at Oakmont. Doug, you remember the Monday playoff with Rory McIlroy in March at the Players. J.J. Spawn defeated by McIlroy, and why maybe we're headed to another Rory McIlroy, J.J. Spawn playoff as they are at the top of the leaderboard, fresh off of my release on the Spread Zone and TMA to bet Rory McIlroy to miss the cut at plus 300, and now he's one back of the leader, J.J. Spawn. Tam Avenue Capital Partners are already having a cash call, and the players haven't even made the turn.
Well, they haven't even played more than like 4 holes.
Yeah, but we can see what's coming.
Oh, we can.
Martin, if you could just Venmo me, you know the number.
Was it at Tim?
Yeah, at Tim.
McGrill 111.
I got to meet my bookie from Fox out by the water tower at noon today.
How about the scores, though? Low
Galore
scores. Wow. After all the chatter.
That's right. J.J. Spawn is at 300. McIlroy and Woo shaking that ass at 200. Xander Schauffele.
I'd like some trees on this course.
Doug, you're mad about the agronomy?
I'm just saying I like a course with no trees because I don't need any more
go
trouble.
play a links course.
I don't need any more trouble. And when I'm watching on TV, the pros, I don't care if there's trees out there because I'm not in trouble. They are.
Picture Augusta without trees. Think about it.
Yeah, your dogwoods and pines. They play on your mind.
It's true.
Like
Welcome
a song.
back. Enjoy the agronomy.
No one cares about golf leaderboard updates. Tim is still perfect, though. That's American, the Central West
come
End.
on.
Even though Tim gave the golf update,
Right, he's
which got
perfect.
him sideways, Tim's still perfect.
Still,
It's not good.
still perfect. Cardinals stink. Trade Helsley and Graham. Tired of it. That's big tough. Doug, the people are not happy this morning here.
No, are they ever happy? If they win,
They were happy with the Kevin Harlan interview yesterday, Martin.
okay. But if they win, it's because they played a bad team. It's not real. If they lose, trade them all. Send them to the sun. They can't win.
Send him to the
It's a
sun was
long season.
less than 48 hours after winning a series against the Dodgers.
Yeah, Ryan Helsley was going straight to the sun. Mm-hmm. Here is Oli Marmol on yesterday's festivities in the series against the Blue Jays.
Not his favorite game of the year? Not this
I
time?
don't think so.
At the end of the day, they out-executed us. I mean, you look at their at-bats. They just did a really nice job putting the ball in play and scoring runs. They collected hits. That's what they've done for a while now. And they did it well against us. So they beat us all 3 games. I don't feel like we gave a whole lot away, but they just took it to us.
Base hit there.
Base knock. Good knock.
And they could be up against it today. This rookie with Milwaukee, have you read about him? Jacob Misiorowski. He's from Crowder College in Missouri, down there in Neosho. 2nd-round pick. Throws 103 miles an hour.
Holy crap.
Tearing it up in AAA.
This is his debut?
Yeah, Major League debut today.
What if he touches 103 in his debut? Like as a starter?
Yeah. One of the top pitching prospects in the major leagues.
We got good pitching.
We got good pitching. We got good defense. They got good defense. We got good money here. They got good money here.
Let's take Newt out of the leadoff spot. Can I throw Mason at the top?
I would enjoy that.
Mix it up a little bit. I'm ready for not only a roster reset, but a lineup shuffle. I would take both today. Thank you.
What do you think the likelihood of those are?
I think it's time for Newt to get moved down. I think even Ollie's.
You think Ollie's thinking that too?
Well, Jackaroo has got fun with numbers. I believe we missed that in 7-3.
Stiefel dossier.
Newt Barr last 5
Missouri and
games.
Illinois fans were arguing over their football teams.
Newt won for his last 22 with 11 Ks.
It's really bad.
When he's hitting well, he's a nice leadoff hitter because he walks a lot. He's got a little bit of pop.
Yeah.
But he's not hitting well right now, so why do you want him to have more at-bats than anyone else?
I think Wynn's got to go back up there.
Yeah.
And do you think that is going to happen for tonight's festivities against the 103-mile-an-hour fastball?
I want to say yes.
Wow. Martin.
Mason Wynn, this dude be bussin'.
There you go.
That.
Bussin'. And then Ivan Herrera in the 2-hole. Little thunder there. I like that.
All right, you're building out the lineup, all right?
Maybe.
Damage in the 2 holes, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Wilson,
The problem
3.
is they like right, left, all. Give me 3 great hitters. Bang, bang, bang. I don't give a damn if they're left or right. I would go Wynn, Herrera, Willie.
Yeah.
That's my 3 right now that I want out of the gate. Starting my game.
I don't mind that.
Early in the cleanup.
Sure.
Yeah.
Fine with that. And then after that, just pick them out of a hat.
Arenado Newt.
Sure.
You can give your lineup. 314-399-9646. And, of course, talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 190 friends have gathered to watch this program. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. Jake in St. Genevieve has a question for Jackson. What does it mean to be bussin'?
Playing well.
Nice.
Great guy. A little bit of aura. A little bit of swagger. Yeah.
The fellas from
Bussin'.
Bussin' with the Boys, popular
Bussin'.
podcast, Taylor Luan.
Taylor Lewan and Will Compton.
They were at the Cardinal game.
Yeah, they had the throw that got away.
But
Almost decapitated the U-Man.
why were they here?
Why were they here? I don't know.
Any connection, I'm
First
saying.
form, I think. They were doing something with first form. Yeah.
I was trying to get the
Will
connection.
Compton's a Cardinal fan.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a Cardinal fan. I know that.
Okay.
So
They were bussing.
they were bussin'. They do their show out of a bus.
Oh, they do? Mm-hmm. Okay.
St. Charles is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Great. Doing golf updates now. That's from a St. Charles.
All right, let's do it. Air your complaints. Let's go. 969. Go to hell. 969. Go to hell. Call
969,
in.
go to hell.
We'll take your calls. And just air it out. Let's air it out. Let's get it out there. Whatever your beef is, this is your chance.
All right. Yeah.
Load them up.
Yeah,
Doug, clear them
load up
out
the phone
first.
lines.
Clear the
Yeah,
lines, please. Clear the lines. Everybody on there now, just go home. Clear the lines. That should do it.
There we go.
And now you know you can call in and air your grievance about the topic, about disc golf, which also seems to be in the crosshairs this morning. A little surprising. Pickleball took shrapnel yesterday. Here is what Oli Marmol had to say about the situation with Lars Nootbaar.
With a young group, you're going to have your ups and downs, and every guy's going to go through some version of this, right? Newt's in the middle of a grind right now, and it'll end at some point, and we'll move on to somebody else that's not doing well, right? That's how the game works. But right now, it's on him. It's good to come alongside of him, and I want to see him get through this.
But there's a hit right there for him.
He is 27. But
Yeah, when I heard the young guy thing, I thought, he's still,
debuted in 21.
But most hitters are streak
2021.
hitters. They get red hot, then they cool off, can't get anything done, then they get hot. That's how most of them are. And right now he's going through that down cycle.
Not our catchers.
Catchers are always there for us.
Pozo in the lineup and in the seats.
So I did the math. That's what you were talking about. I felt like I was zoned out earlier. It's because I was doing all the stats for every catcher at bat in the Toronto Cardinal series. 50 ABs. Catchers hit 380 with 13 RBIs and 4 homers.
Huh.
That's combined Cardinals.
Most of those,
days.
Alejandro Kirk.
He went 9 for 15 in the series with 2 homers and 4 ribbies.
Mm-hmm.
Will Compton's from Bon Terre, you dolts. That's from Ernie Bjorkman.
Gosh, we're dolts for not knowing where Will Compton is from. Well, that's Cardinal territory for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So he bust in from Bon Terre.
Yeah, they just signed a new deal. They left Barstool.
Tim, they left Barstool.
I guess we're dolts for not having known that, too. We're getting nicked.
My complaint is St. Charles. Did they all get a deal on 3-car garages and tan siding? I know that most people moved out there for, quote, more land, but it's awful. Thanks. That's from Arbor Day, who has won Texter of the Year in 2023 and 2024, and he is questioning just the general area of St. Charles.
More land, like it's 1860, and everybody's heading west.
It's not horrible. It's not a horrible place at all.
My only complaint I have is Jackson not being hyped up enough for the Pacers 2 wins away, baby. That's from Bishin About Sports.
I'm not a Pacers fan by any means. I watched
Still should apologize.
No, why would I apologize? I'm not hyped up. I kind of want OKC to win.
Did you bet it?
No, I was staying away. Pacers at home are a different beast. Series has been weird. I don't know if I'll bet it again. Maybe if they go to a Game 7, but it's been too weird.
It's been the postseason of Halliburton, hasn't it been? Really a lot of chatter about him. I feel like we talk about him more than SGA.
Yeah, I think that's wrong,
but he's doing some things.
Certainly, SGA is like twice as good.
How about this, man? The Thunder are still minus 200 to win the series.
Yeah, that's crazy.
How about that?
Yeah.
They're down 2-1, and they are still minus 200 to win the series. Fun facts, no and tell.
Yeah, I put a stat in the dossier. Teams that win Game 3 of a 1-1 NBA Finals have gone on to win 80.5% of the time. So that's minus 200.
Should I fire a bullet?
Yeah.
I can get this cash call done on the Pacers to win the series, and I'm getting plus 170 on that.
Yeah, I mean, if it's 80% historically and you're getting plus 170, I like those. I like that math.
You guys were all wrong on your finals prediction in the spread zone. That's from Hottie Toddy.
They just finished Game 3. How could
But you're wrong.
How could it be wrong? You got to win 4 games.
And you all picked Oklahoma City?
I guess you could say I said gentleman's sweep.
I believe Anthony Stalter picked the Pacers.
He did.
They were getting, I think they were, I don't know what they were. I know the Thunder were minus 700 to win the series.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Stalter was getting on the Pacers, probably plus 500 or something like that.
Yeah, it was 4 or 5, yeah. I said gentleman's sweep, so I'm already wrong, I guess. I think.
Would you like to apologize to
Riz?
Hottie Toddy?
No.
Could be a gentleman's sweep for the Pacers.
Yeah, it could be. I don't think it will be, but it could be. No, you have to apologize every time you give an opinion and it doesn't work out how you said it would.
In 2025, yes.
Absolutely. And take some
I'm
time away.
offended by your opinion.
Yeah, okay.
Is it called a gentleman's sweep because you're too gentlemanly to win all 4 games?
You let 'em have one.
Gave him one?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's for the concession stand workers, you know.
I've never heard that until recent weeks on this show, but I really enjoy it.
Gentleman's sweep.
I really.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. We're taking your complaint calls at 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox, 314-399-9646. And you can watch the program and talk it over with other TMA listeners, as many are doing, including old Percy Blumpkin and Uncle Cucker. That's youtube.com/TMA STL. Gather around the hearth. Maybe watch the U.S. Open and watch TMA all at the same time and talk it over with the Rogue Onion and Erwin M. Fletcher. That's what you can do at youtube.com/TMA STL. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan here talking about down payments with Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. Stewie, what do you got on the down payment conversation?
Tim, first-time home buyers get a better rate. Well, we got something even better for you. You can get the bagel loan with no closing costs, but how about 1% down as a down payment? Not 3%, not 5%, not 20%, 1% down. You're buying a $300,000 house, you got to come up with $3,000, no closing costs, a little bit of money for homeowners insurance and escrow. Maybe you need like $6,000. That's it for a $300,000 house. If you're a first-time home buyer, give us a call. We'll tell you all about it. 1% down as down payment. Get the house of your dreams with very, very little money down.
There it is. Stewie can help you out at 314-324-4440. That is his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. Or you can Google the bagel loan. That's Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage. Thanks, Stewie.
Have a great day, guys.
this is interesting now. We had a Beach Boys theme with Brian Wilson, and now we've pivoted to Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. 1991, of course. Doug, do you have any guess on what this music theme is?
I really don't have a clue.
No theme. I mean,
Good Vibrations kind of gets you back to the Beach Boys.
Nice, Martin.
well, yeah. So as tribute to Brian Wilson for a couple songs, but I'm not here to do a Beach Boys theme. But Doug mentioned, like, do you think this music will ever be kind of around? And you could say that Good Vibrations influenced by Beach Boys.
But this doesn't sound like Beach Boy type music.
But it's called Good Vibrations.
But I'm saying, like,
I don't care what they call it.
words.
It doesn't sound the same.
influence there.
Doesn't sound anything like
I'm not
a Beach
saying
Boy.
it was supposed to. I'm not saying it was supposed to sound like it.
All right. Oh.
I love this song, Jackie. That's America in the Central West End, who
It's a
you
great
think is
summer
attractive, but you're not attracted to.
Bingo! It's a great summer song.
A great summer song. Come on, stop
It
with
is.
that overanalyzing.
No, I agree.
You can't
Turn
listen
it
to
up.
this in February?
When did you become the fun police?
Turn it up, Jackie. Turn it up. Let's go. All right, ladies, your chance to get out on the floor. I got 2 tickets to tomorrow's Cardinals game, and I'm going to throw in 2 to the UFL Championship later tonight. Get out on the floor.
The Huntley Hot Wife Hunter is not happy that you're not playing Sly Stone. Says, what about Sly Stone? The Michelob Ultra YouTube
He
chat.
just passed away.
Okay, I can play more. Yeah, what about? How about instead? Let's think positive. Be like, how about next break, Jackson? You play this instead of why aren't you doing this? We got to work on the way we
talk to each other.
Yeah, of course.
The sexual tension between Jackson and Doug is palpable today. Yeah, Martin and I have been texting each other back and forth saying this is awkward. These guys are really into each other.
Yeah. Well, we were in Jupiter together for a while, and it's been some time since.
While we were on the program yesterday, something they do on ESPN, and there are some people who actually think it's performative, is they'll give these takes and they'll start screaming about them. And while we were on yesterday, Mad Dog was in the camera. Doug, you always like that when you look up and Mad Dog's in the camera and he's screaming about what he's not happy about. Well, he wasn't happy about the Clayton Kershaw Cardinals thing from this past Sunday. Now, to refresh memories, Jackson, do you have that
Yeah, give me a
Kershaw audio? When he was asked about the Cardinals showing the Matt Adams home run from the 2014 NLDS, this is what the Dodgers pitcher said.
Yeah, I think it's a little bush league, but I don't expect anything less from these guys, so it's no worries.
All right. And there's a base knock. Mad Dog was still worked up about it, and here's what he had to say.
Did you see that Kershaw of the Dodgers was ticked off on Sunday afternoon in St. Louis? Why? Because way back in 2014, he gave up in Game 4 divisional series, 2-1 St. Louis. He gave up a huge home run to Matt Adams. On Sunday, they put the home run, they either did it on a scoreboard, they put it on a loop, and they kept on showing Adams' home run on Sunday. Kershaw pitched the game against St. Louis, and Kershaw took offense to it. Now, hold on. Take it easy, Clayton. I mean, geez, he got all upset. Hey, Clayton, take it easy. You telling me, in fact, how about when they show the Gibson home run or Eckersley every 5 seconds at Dodger Stadium? That's true. I guarantee you 50 years from now, we're going to be seeing that Freddie Freeman walk-off home run against the freaking Yankees in Game 1 of the World Series. How about every time we walk in at the Polo Grounds in the old days, you saw Thompson at the home run or Branca? That's the way it goes. You gave up a home run. You lost the series. You have never been great in the postseason. Adams hit the homer. Live with it. All right? Yeah, live with it. You've made a fortune. It's about the Cardinals. Don't call it. And by the way, don't call the Cardinals Bush League. That has been a great organization for a million years who have won more championships than the Cardinals have won. I was down on Kershaw. Now, he won a game on Sunday, so give him credit for that. I'm down on Kershaw. You're a big athlete. Be a big boy. Deal with it. It's not that important.
Well, listen, you're absolutely right. I'm not going to disagree with you about that, but he handled his business. He had an attitude, and then he went out and took it out on them, which is what you expect for him to do. In terms of calling them Bush League, the Cardinals are one of the best organizations in the history of baseball. We know this as a fact.
Wow.
Huh.
Stephen A. Smith and Mad Dog.
I like those takes.
How about that?
Doug, you remember walking into the Polo Grounds and seeing video of Bobby Thompson?
Bobby Thompson over Ralph Branca, right down the line. Leo DeRocher going nuts. Third base coaching box.
I like how he said, you're a big athlete.
And then has to tell him you were never good in the playoffs.
At what point was Stephen A. Smith made aware that the Dodgers beat the Cardinals on Sunday? You think there's somebody in his IFB? Doug, that's earpiece to you and me.
Yeah.
There's just not a chance in hell.
Yeah, you wouldn't think.
I don't know.
Little pre-show meeting.
I don't know about that.
Hey, Stephen A., we're going to bring up this thing with baseball. It's where they throw the ball and guys hit it. Okay, and then they're going to talk about Clayton Kershaw. He's a lefty for the Dodgers. Pre-show meeting.
Mad Dog Russo and Stephen A., welcome to baseball heaven. That's from Kwame Voyukas the fourth.
They could be B-fibs.
Yeah, talking like it.
I think Mad Dog likes the Cardinals.
I think he's an old school baseball
big
guy.
baseball
big
guy.
baseball historian. So.
I've told this story before, but it was a Super Bowl. I think it was a Jacksonville Super Bowl, and they would have their votes for the Hall of Fame, Football Hall of Fame, always would take place Super Bowl week, and I'm on a shuttle, and Mad Dog's sitting behind me with Gil Brandt, the longtime NFL executive, who I think worked for NFL.com, and they were having a huge debate about who belonged in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. They were talking about Drew Pearson, and Mad Dog's just rattling off all these stats, but he's yelling on this shuttle bus. So it's not the thing I respect about him. It's not an act. That's who he is. And he and Gil, the whole shuttle ride, I was wildly entertained. And Gil Brandt's kind of an understated Texan with great football knowledge, and they were just going back and forth, and it was a delight.
The Mad Dog does know his stuff.
Yeah.
He comes across as kind of a cartoon character because of the way he delivers it. But there's no doubt that he knows his stuff.
Yeah. I enjoy him.
It's the only time I've ever enjoyed listening to those two. That's from the 618.
Because they have our back.
That's the support. Yeah, the support of the Mad Dog Bite because he's on board with the St. Louis Cardinals. Martin, you're on board with Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day, which comes your way at 10:45. Miles Mikolas at 9:30. Design Air, online at designairservice.com.
Well, longest running sponsor of TMA, so that tells you they are loyal. That's something you want in a company, and you should be loyal to them because they're going to be around for a long time. Staying power is what we're talking about, going back to the early 1900s. That's when Design Air started. And now a fourth-generation family-owned business. And here's the deal. Sometimes a business is successful, and then the family will sell it. Nothing wrong with that, but then the name lives on, and you're thinking, well, wait a minute, it's not the same. But this is always going to be the same family-owned operation. That means when the technicians come out, they're working for Seth and his family, and they're going to be here for years to come. Reliability, that's what we're talking about here. Not something that's gone tomorrow. So designairservice.com, the website you need to know to book that appointment and still get a tune-up for your air conditioner for the summer. It's been a weird weather season so far, but you know it's going to get hot, and it'll stay hot for quite a while. Designairservice.com, set up your appointment. It's the handsome repairman that they've become known for, and the fact that they're not going to upsell you. They're there to repair your HVAC unit year-round for all your heating and cooling needs. It is designairservice.com.
Doug, you wanted to hear from Pestis from Festus,
Sure
our
did.
January 2025 listener of the month. Well, he's on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This is a guy who predicted the Cardinals would win 90 to 95 games. Pestis, you are on with Jackson Burkett.
Okay, good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Oh, we're doing fine. You?
I'm doing good.
All right.
Doug, I have a question for you.
All right.
Doug, are you
Can you make
taking
it through-
questions?
Sure.
Can you make it through the day?
I think I can. Why?
Because if you don't, call Sharon, call the bitch.
Oh,
call Lisa.
Now, that's
and
not
talk to
Sharon.
all
He's
of them.
referring to the ball and beer. Yes.
Be specific, please.
And talk to all of them. They'll get you through the day.
Okay. Would help.
Now, on the Kershaw deal,
Okay.
I don't give a damn what Kershaw says. There's one reason.
Why?
We'll never see him here in St. Louis again. I don't think he'll ever pitch after this season.
Well, that could be. That could well be.
But that doesn't make it right or wrong. I need you to take a stance on the decision opposed to the fact that he may or may not be here again.
Okay.
Okay.
To call a St. Louis team a Bush League when they have won more seasons than anybody else except for the Yankees, their historic value and everything, the way they play baseball and everything, in many ways, L.A.'s the Bush League.
Ooh.
Right back at him.
Tim, we've won more seasons than anyone.
Yeah.
Series. World Series.
Yep. And because they can buy any member of baseball they want and spend all the money they want, if St. Louis had the availability to do that in a big market and everything, St. Louis would make L.A. look like little dumpsters in a big world.
Do you know we have the best fans in baseball in St. Louis?
Oh, that's
Yes,
awesome.
we do.
That's awesome.
You feel like
I
we
am
have
one
the
of
best
them.
fans?
I wish Jackie would have been there on Sunday to say to Kershaw, who made you the fun police?
I have one other thing to knock Jackson on.
Okay, let him have it. Let him have it.
Dumpster, listen up.
Jackson,
Yes, sir.
how can you knock baseball stadiums and everything when you can't even participate in a wave in St. Louis?
Oh, well, the wave thing is a personal preference. I think it's silly.
You're too elite. You're too elite for it.
That's exactly
Ledoux.
right, Doug.
You think it's silly,
Yeah.
but it's something that has been going on in St. Louis for a long time.
The
Whether you
length of
think
time it
it's
happened
fair-
does not make it any less silly.
Okay, that's your personal opinion.
Yes, sir, it is.
Who did you take to the ball game with you that day?
I went with a couple of friends.
Were they male or
Face
female?
it.
They were men.
Men.
Yes, I hang out with men.
Why don't you ever hang out with your female companionship?
I do often. I was with her last night. I was with her the night before I went to the Cardinal game.
Okay. But
Yep.
did the friends you were with participate in the wave?
Absolutely not.
Alliance.
Oh no.
Are you
That's a
pro
no-no.
wave? Festus, it sounds like you're pro wave.
I am pro wave.
Okay.
It's a spirit of baseball. It's a spirit in St. Louis. It lifts the Cardinals fans up. It lifts the team up. Whatever you can do to lift your team is something you have to do.
That's fair.
I
Not
don't
just
think it's
stand on the sidelines and say, screw it.
Right.
Don't sit
That's
this one
Jackson.
out, pal. No
Yep.
wonder the team's faded.
I don't think I'm paying attention to the game. All these other fans, where's the wave going? Where am I going to stand up? Put my helmet nachos down? Nonsense. They had runners. It was runners in scoring position. They got a relief pitcher in. He has to watch as the stadium waves around, trying to beat the Dodgers here. I'm a baseball fan. All these other people are there just to take an Instagram picture and take in 1,800 calories. Not me, baby.
Wow, fat shaming, Doug. Unbelievable moment.
No, you do not fat shame on this. No, you do not. You mean to tell me you are so lazy you can't stand up with your nachos for 10 seconds?
But off.
Yeah, I won't do it.
He
I
is
refuse.
sideways as all get out with you, pal.
I refuse. I refuse to do that. It's out of principle. It's not. I'm not physically incapable of standing up.
But you won't.
You're damn right.
Not for your ball club, you won't.
That's right. I'll sit to take a stand.
Okay, Jackson, here's my rule.
All right.
If you won't stand for the Cardinals on a wave and you don't want to participate in anything at the stadium that is going on, please don't say you're a Cardinal fan.
Okay. Listen, you have your stance. I'm there watching ball. What do you? No. Anything else? He's frustrated. I think this call's
I
losing
haven't
air.
given up.
This call's
I haven't given up.
Oh, no, they're calling for the buzzer.
Keep up with him anymore.
Oh, boy.
All right.
Well,
Thank you,
Oh,
Pestis.
sorry you're disappointed in him.
I mean, come on.
He got him.
You gotta know. You gotta know when to pull the pitcher. He gave us 6 in the third.
Can I request the L.A. Davis buzzer? I'm sorry. I prefer that at this. So you got sideways with a blind man from Festus.
He was dressing me down.
Well, I mean, I think it was a really calm debate until you brought up the 1,800 calories.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the idea that I'm not a real fan because I'm watching the game as opposed to with Dodger fans standing up in unison.
The Dodger fans were doing it as well?
Harder than the Cardinal fans. I wouldn't be surprised.
Everyone likes it.
I wouldn't be surprised if some front-running Dodger fans started it.
Sharon and Clayton has issued a response. Someone can get this riled up about a tired celebration from the 80s, and peeps think this ain't a free enough country. What a world we live in. That's Sharon and Clayton, star of The Real Housewives of TMA.
Is that when the wave started around the 80s?
I think so.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Crazy George may have started it in Houston, Doug.
And we've
now
been going strong ever since. Most stadiums have given up on it. We do it every night.
The positive thing, and I'll put a positive spin, is there was enough people in the ballpark to make a wave look normal. There'd be times where you'd have some gaps in your tide.
But it's kind of a fun thing, isn't it?
For some people, I'm sure it is. Not for me.
You actively dislike it?
Yes. I think it's distracting.
But there's not that much going on a baseball field. There's a pitch every 20 seconds or so.
Yeah. I prefer when the Cardinals are pitching and there's runners on to not do the wave. But whatever. People can do whatever they want. I wasn't yelling at other fans like, sit down, you losers.
Yeah.
I just chose not to.
Did you mutter fats?
Yeah, because it did seem you brought up the 1,800 calories.
I didn't have anything to eat then, so.
What would you dine upon should you go to a ball game?
Pastrami dog
all day.
A pastrami dog?
Yeah, I've talked about this. Pastrami dog and, a couple cold ones.
Boy. Pastrami dog.
The guys, the wave started at the University of Washington in the late 70s. How about that?
Did it really?
It's from the 314. Chairman Kurt is shaking his head. He's saying that's not correct.
I'm seeing it was at a game between the Colorado Rockies and Montreal Canadiens in the NHL.
Huh.
Crazy George Henderson.
Baseball hockey
Kansas City Scouts, and then became the Colorado Rockies, and then became today's New Jersey Devils.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, Crazy George got it going in 79. 81, it started at Husky Stadium. And here you are crapping all over it, Jackson.
Yeah.
That's right.
There's a lot of downtime in a baseball game, though. And for the fans, many of them who aren't just locked in on every pitch and every curveball and every ground ball to the right side to move a runner over, it's just a little something to have a fun time.
What about the Ric Flair woo?
That drives me nuts. No, that drives me crazy. People do it and just start laughing like it's the funniest thing that's ever happened.
That doesn't happen that much anymore.
Thank God.
I haven't heard much.
It was rampant there for a while.
Yeah. Well, when in 21, when they were only allowing like a quarter of the fans in, it would have, because it was so cavernous, you could have like an echo with it.
You know what my favorite in-game entertainment thing right now is, Doug?
What is it?
The reverse eating cam. Have you seen that?
No.
They show people eating, but they play it in reverse, so it looks like they have a hot dog coming out of their mouth.
Oh, yeah. I think I would like that, yeah.
Folksy.
Did they do that at Busch Stadium?
I didn't see that the other day. I've seen it somewhere, though.
Okay. Yeah, I would like that.
Tim, what is your stance on the wave? Then I can make my decision if I like it or not. That's from Sad Panda. Sad Panda, I do not participate in the wave. If people around me want to, why I say, enjoy yourselves. The only time I really have an issue with it is if I am near a gentleman Hoosier and he is scolding me for not participating in the wave because those 2 minutes of starting the wave at the ballpark might be the zenith of his life.
Is he wearing jean shorts?
That's live.
He's a gentleman Hoosier.
Gentleman Hoosier.
Bucket hat seems almost.
Is that right, really?
That feels bucket hat.
Ladies love Cool James?
Yeah, different. I would say different kind of, but maybe more like a sun hat.
Have you ever really been yelled at because you didn't do it?
Yeah.
I don't mean yelled at as part of a group. I mean individually, where a guy just came up to you.
Sean is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and he's not happy with Pestis. Sean, good morning. You are on 101 ESPN. This is a Pestis response.
Okay. Hello, Sean.
Good morning, Doug. How are you?
Oh, fine. You?
Oh, if I was doing it better, I'd be lying to you, bud.
Okay.
Tell you what, I don't know how you got through that call.
Well, he's a loyal listener and a regular caller.
January 25.
I am a loyal listener as well, but I loyally turn off the radio when he's on the phone.
Oh,
come
boy.
on.
What about L.A. taking shrapnel when he called them little dumpsters?
Does he know what Bush League means?
How would you define it?
White trash, kind of, you do dirty stuff. Your Bush League, ball's coming into you, you jump in front of it instead of just taking it like the man, running down the court, triple. That's Bush League.
Bush League, okay. I was concerned when you used the term as part of the definition. What's Bush League? Bush League.
Bunting during a no-hitter to try to get on.
Oh, bunting.
That to me is like the definition of Bush League.
Low class.
Yes, I was on the spot here. I'm driving. I was parked. Now I'm all fresh.
Sean's parked now.
Okay, is that it?
Okay.
Is that the end of the comment?
Now, what if
What's
Pestis,
happening?
Sean, what if Pestis calls and says he didn't appreciate your call? Phone wars.
I don't know what I'm. Oh my gosh.
What are you doing right now?
Right. Elmar driving this truck.
Are you okay? Do you need assistance?
My pets are falling off.
Things are falling off the truck?
No, I said my pets' heads are falling off. Douglas, haven't you seen that movie?
Oh, I guess not.
What is it, Dumb and Dumber?
I don't know.
Outstanding radio guy.
Strauss is chiming in.
We're filling dead time right now.
Okay, thanks.
Dossier says dead time.
If you
44.
were on the line, we just sit here in silence.
Let us know. We're going to take a second. Sean, let us know when you'd like to continue.
8.4. It's on.
Now you're breaking up.
All right, Sean, thank you. That's wonderful.
Okay, Jackson, can you add
Stand
to
by my premise. The
mix?
phone lines are poison.
I would like a giant truck horn, so when we have people calling from a truck and it just gets a little confusing, just hit the horn. I don't know what happened.
It's some kind of issue there.
Yeah,
on Delmar, I think.
Couldn't come back from it.
The Hoosiers have infiltrated the phone lines. Great filtering, Chairman. That's from the Crestwood Coyote, and he is not happy with the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you say they're poison?
Boy, they're absolutely poison.
Nonsense, Kurt. Bang up job.
Martin, you wanted to hear from Keith from Green Bay? Well, you got him.
There we
Keith
go.
from Green
All right,
Bay
there. Probably
is
hanging
on
with
101
Harlan.
ESPN.
Okay. Keith.
Yes, sir. How are you guys?
Well, we're fine. How are you?
Loving life, loving life. So I have an idea to make the game of baseball more exciting.
Love to hear it.
Between innings, you remember the greyhound races that they used to race the dogs?
Sure.
Have them run around the ballpark so people can bet on them, watch the entertainment. Then you get a whole other stream of entertaining and gambling. The attendance will go up, and entertainment will go up.
Are the dogs on the field or are they in the concourse?
No, they're on like the warning track. They go around. You know, like how the Milwaukee Brewers have the sausage race.
Oh, okay.
Instead of racing sausages, race the greyhounds.
So like in between innings?
Yeah. It takes about, 30 seconds to run around there with a greyhound?
I feel like you're serious. Greg, I feel like you might be serious.
Yeah, my name is Keith, by the way.
Sick.
Huh. I guess you'd have to have well-trained dogs to stay right there on the track.
Well, you have that little bunny in front of them. They chase it around.
Right.
You'll have somebody like on a cart, and then they chase the bunny, and then they'll stop once they get to the bunny.
Okay.
A fake bunny, a stuffed bunny.
Could work.
Not a
I
real
like kittens and bunnies.
Could work as an additional revenue stream. Sure it could.
All right.
Well, don't get frustrated with us.
That's Keith from Green Bay, DBA Greg.
The way he said that was so
He was very offended.
Thank you.
And I gave myself a timeout. There's somebody that texts in that's Greg, Illini Greg is in Green Bay or in Wisconsin. So I was conflating the two.
There was about a second and a half where he was debating whether or not to correct you on the name thing, and then he went ahead and did it.
And then I just checked myself out. I took a 20. Who's next? I can't wait. Who's next?
We had another one, but I hung up on him. If you're listening, call back in.
Oh, you hung up on him? Was it passive aggressive?
No. It was a misfingering.
Oh. Flip that off.
Keith sounds like he's 5'4", 380, and uses a CPAP machine to gargle down his midnight White Castles.
Oh.
Some Steven time. Doug, you can use it. I know you enjoy a CPAP.
I don't need mine anymore. I'm off.
Mazel tov, baby.
Congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
So will you use it now to gargle down midnight White Castles? How does
don't
the
think it
CPAP
would
help
work.
you eat?
Well, I think what you do is you put it in there, and then you would then breathe in the burger vapors.
I guess you could stuff it through the hose and just kind of ingest it as you breathe little by little.
White Castle flavored oxygen.
Oh.
I started thinking the skipper would be on board because it's dogs, but then I thought, no, he wouldn't want the gray. He probably is against them being used for sport.
I don't even think it's legal anywhere except
Did it
maybe
go
Florida.
away?
I think Florida, it's allowed. I know they have them down in Florida.
I never quite saw that.
Right, Tim? Don't they have those Greyhound racetracks?
They used to. I think they may have gotten rid of them, and now they're all poker rooms.
Yeah, right.
Palm Beach Kennel Club, right by the Palm Beach International Airport. That's where all the poker events are.
I remember the commercials. Love them dogs. Love them dogs. Love them Biscayne dogs.
I like that. Doug, we've got two choices. We've got the SEC umpire and hold and the gerbil.
Let's go with the SEC umpire.
SEC umpire, you are on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Appreciate it. Had a lot of experience in professional baseball as well as the SEC, as I prefaced here, and I can understand both takes from Jackson and Pets, because here's the thing: when you're an old school guy coming up in the game, like, you show up for the baseball, you want to be involved, heavily involved, but that doesn't mean that just because that you're sitting down having a beer doesn't mean you're not locked into that game. You're both coming for some different reasons. And so when you're on the baseball field, especially as an official, when you feel the game, the vibes, as the kids like to call it these days, those things are real. And when you take part of that, it shows pride in your team. But at the same time, when you're just there to kick it and enjoy the game, there's two different sides. That doesn't mean you don't care about your team. It just means that in that moment, you're not willing to stand up, and that's totally okay. So that's just my thoughts.
Okay.
What was your favorite SEC venue to work?
Probably Arkansas so far. Arkansas is pretty legit, but Texas A&M is also really cool because the fans are right on top of you at first base, and it's pretty awesome.
What's the worst one?
Ooh, Oklahoma.
That was all right.
I mean, just only because for us, I'd say, the locker room is a little challenging. But I will tell you what, every school takes pride in what they do. They take care of us as officials. And I tell you, the SEC is really the top of the line. The Big Ten, the Big 12 are right up there too. But they got the money, and they take pride in everything they touch out there. So
is that a full-time type job? You make enough to make that a full-time job, or you have to work somewhere else too?
Most guys work a second job. I also do some landscape and stuff in the off season. But you can, you start working super regionals and stuff like that. You can get into some good change. But that doesn't mean that you sit around and be lazy and don't do nothing, because that's when you end up not being able to be physically capable to do it over time.
Is your goal to get to the College World Series, to call some of those games?
I would say any umpire's goal, when you're at that level, in my opinion, should be that, But there are guys who are in it for the cash flow, and rightfully so. But I would say for me personally, after being in professional baseball for so long and getting to such a high level, I had the opportunity to work with Yachty, and it was incredible. And I would say that, yes, my goal would be to work the College World Series. But if not, Lord willing, if it does or doesn't, that's in his control, then I'll just take every day as I can,
What's the worst thing somebody called you in an argument?
I would say professional guys who come from, the farm systems, and like Mitch Canham, the guy at Oklahoma State. I've had the opportunity to work with him. He's a very class act professional dude and staff. And so when they get ejected or something like that, they handle it with class, as you guys like to call it. And it is. Baseball is a classy game, especially from the old school days. But the guys who are kind of clowns and don't really have an idea, they didn't come from the background, they can make it personal. And then whenever, a manager or player makes anything personal, that's automatic. There's no warnings. It's just automatic. But,
and did you say you worked with Yachty?
I did when he was on a rehab stint in AA, and I had a chance to have 2 plate jobs with him. And I got to know him. And in every way of the word, Hall of Fame, he's it. He is it. And that guy he's the guy. If there was one guy that I ever wanted to work for, and I'm not from St. Louis, but I've been here about 15 years. I'm from the South, and I love it here. But that guy, that opportunity to be able to have that, he gave me a lot of encouragement. And funny story, I'll be quick. I called a check swing on him his first at bat. He was leading off the top of the first in the crowd. Everybody in Springfield, they're there because it's Yachty, right? And 2-2, 3, whatever the count was, I called a check swing. And that crowd, I tell you what, they wore me out. and Yachty, he didn't like it. He didn't like it. This was probably like 5-6 years ago. And he came back up the next half inning. He goes, "Poppy, you got it right." And I was like, I know I got it right. But the announcers wore me out. They're like, "Man, I would have checked down first." It's like, no, you got to handle your business. You can't be starstruck, and that's a good attribute of being a big league umpire, is not letting the situation get too big for you,
Well, I enjoyed this. The texters don't enjoy anything, right, including this call. But when it said SEC umpire, I assume that was like yourself, like a moniker you came up with. But it sounds like you are actually an SEC umpire, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, I don't try to be prideful, but I believe in transparency. Like, people don't know what we do. You guys, I don't know what you guys do every day on the radio. Even though I'm an audio guy, I don't sit in there and see how the flow goes. Like, but I can appreciate it. Like you appreciate what I do, I appreciate what anybody does, and that's just being transparent, you know?
Way to go, Bobby. This is a Southern gentleman.
The fans also wear us out, just like they did him.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
That's right. Well, guys, y'all have a great day, and enjoy the convo, man. Y'all take care.
All right, thanks, Blue.
That's Blue.
Great
call.
I thought it was a great call, and still people are wanting bleach and get this Hoosier off the air. I'm like, I actually thought he told good stories rather succinctly.
Yeah.
The Yachty tale was a nice twist.
I enjoyed that.
And it became very clear that he really was an umpire, which I thought at the beginning was just a farce.
I always assumed that. Doug, was that a gentleman? That sounded like a gentleman.
It did sound like a gentleman umpire.
The gerbils on the Callion Thompson.
Well, here we go. Let's get back to our bailiwick. Get back to who we are. Hello, Gerbs.
So I got an opinion on this whole wave thing.
Okay.
First of all, I don't have a problem with the wave. You go to a game, you paid your money, you do what you want to do. I don't care. But if you get mad at me for not participating in the wave, then you're no different than the people who get mad at you for not giving any change at Hampton and 44 at the overpass, okay? You are no different. So,
Shaming's what we're talking about.
Yeah, don't shame people for not, participating in the wave. Pestis.
Huh.
So.
Do you give them money at Hampton when you stop?
What's that?
Do you ever give the people money at Hampton Avenue when they stop and approach your car and beg?
If I've got change, I do, but
do you?
Not all the time.
Okay.
Most of the time, I'm late for work and I'm trying to hurry.
I see. Okay.
And can I ask why you're called the gerbil?
I'd rather be. I'm doing business as Erwin M. Fletcher, actually, in the YouTube channel.
Oh, you're the disc golfer.
Yeah. I was a little late on the gun this month on getting my name changed in the text inbox, but
Jackson runs a tight ship.
It's always next month.
Yep.
So you're in the YouTube chat talking disc golf?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna hit up Creve Coeur Park later today, and
you play every day.
Whenever I can.
But based on your nickname, at least there was a time when you were a friend of the gerbil.
Clip that off.
There was a time, yes.
Are you bothered by the disc golf disparaging remarks?
Not at all. People can hate all they want. It's a great sport. I don't see pickleball with a $10 million athlete, so yeah.
Okay, are disc golfers athletes?
Absolutely. I don't think there's any difference between swinging a stick and swinging your arm.
Think about that, Doug.
Okay. All right. Well, it's been great talking with you, Gerbs.
Plus, you don't get to use a golf cart, so
you don't.
You got to walk the 18 the whole time, so you really have to be in shape. There's really no fats.
There's really no fats
in disc golf.
Who knew? It's a healthy sport.
Okay.
Thank you, the gerbil. Doug, the texter's reacting to these series of phone calls. Arbor Day. Dear Lord, it's like Jeffco finally found out calls to 314 numbers are toll free. Shut the lines down! That's from Arbor Day. Do you think that's what's going on? There was a bulletin. The calls to the 314 are toll free?
Could have been something in the Cottleville Tattler.
The Cottleville
I think that's some
Tattler.
newspaper out that way.
To the wave.
My God, does every Hoosier have a day off today? I can smell the deer piss and chew coming through the airwaves. That's from Little Tommy Tribbin.
Is it even deer season? I can't imagine.
No, that's November, and it always causes issues at Missouri football game with attendance. You can call in as well. Big phone call day here on this Thursday, June 12th. 314-974-0101. You can text in your unhappiness with the calls at 314-399-9646. And then just general discourse on disc golf is at youtube.com/TMASTL. We close out the Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour, Miles Mikolas joining us on the Stiefel Dossier at 9:30. Then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
All week long, St. Louis City SC has been teaming up with Schnucks, trying to kick hunger in our city. All you need to do is go by your neighborhood Schnucks, donate those non-perishable food items. This is going on until Saturday, June 14th. There's still a couple more days to donate. It's a week-long food drive that's benefiting Operation Food Search and helps provide food to those in need here in St. Louis. Cereal, peanut butter, canned beets, canned veggies, those types of items. You get them at Schnucks while you're shopping. If you can, add a few into the cart for those in need. Just place them in the collection bins right there at the store. Help feed our community. They had a great event at Butler Hill location last night. City players hanging out with folks at the Schnucks there. Again, it goes until Saturday. Your chance to help out. Operation Food Search. It's Schnucks teaming up with St. Louis City SC. If you can, grab a few extra food items. Drop them in the bin on your way out. All of this going through Saturday at Schnucks.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Pacers take Game 3 in the NBA Finals, 116-107. Benedict Mathurin with 27 points off the bench for the former Arizona Wildcat. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Alex P is in our head, calling Gloria. Gloria, Gloria, we got Vladdy Tarasenko.
Oh, Doug, 6 years ago today. Hello again, everybody.
Mm-hmm. Boy, that was about the best sports viewing I think I've had in my life as a sports fan.
Yeah.
It went from, late April till middle of June. Every other night. Couldn't have been more exciting.
Martin, were you in Boston?
I was in Boston. It was my 10th wedding anniversary, and I was in Boston. And my wife going into that playoff series said, well, what happens on June 12th? I said, well, there could be a Game 7. And they said, would you have to go? And I said, kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal. So, yes, June 12th, special day for me, but also for the St. Louis Blues in Boston. Love that moment. Just the whole franchise waiting and always thinking that it's just never going to happen. And every time you interview Chaser and Hully or Federico, what would it be like to have a parade in Denmark? And every like, it'd be great and it'd be nice. I loved it for all those people. And Hully was there, and Big Walt was there. And, of course, the current squad was also there, Tim.
We have the call of the waning seconds right here on TMA.
A team that was in last place on January 3rd. The players on the bench are bouncing up. History will be made tonight in Boston. 15 seconds to go as Shen blocks a puck to the corner. 10 seconds remaining. Get up, St. Louis. Get on your feet. Raise them high. 5 seconds to go, and the time winds down. They did it. It's over. The game is over. The series is over. The wait is over. And the St. Louis Blues are the Stanley Cup champions for the first time in franchise history.
That's a great call.
How do you do?
That's an outstanding call.
Yes, it is. Glorious moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had a big moment, and he nailed it.
Yeah.
And after the disappointment of Game 6 at home, I thought, oh, my God, they're going to do it to their fan base this way. Thought it was happening at home. People were just lining the streets of downtown St. Louis on that Sunday night.
And they got drilled.
Got drilled, and you're like, wow, I can't believe this is going to, after the great run, it's going to flame out like this. I had that thought for a little bit on Sunday. We interviewed the players on Monday at the airport. They were flying out kind of the special gate wherever they were out, and we were on the tarmac talking to guys. And Chief was always confident. But I was talking that day, and I was like, they seem fine. They really did. And they've talked about how they weren't worried about it. Pressure was on Boston. And Chief's kind of that guy, like nothing really bothers him. And remember, there was a publication of the Stillman letter that got out congratulating the fans. Remember that night it got leaked, that it got sent out accidentally from the Blues and Tom Stillman congratulating their season ticket holders on winning the Cup. And then, of course, it has to get written about. And I remember talking to Mike Caruso, and I was like, God, I can't believe those things get out. And I said, is so-and-so a jerk? He said, Marty, everybody's a jerk.
That's generous executive Mike Caruso.
And then they won the Cup. It all fits. That was just a great game because you could kind of feel it happening as the game was going on. You're like, wow, they're good. Bennington's great. It was at a late Petro goal. I do forget the specifics, but when they got that late goal in the second, I'm like, wow, they're going to do it.
It was to me, the second goal as the first period expired. That was the moment, and it was on a Marchand bad change. But you had the 7-8 minutes of Bennington that just still, if you go back and watch that, how in the hell did the Bruins not score a couple of times, much less just get one? And the Blues broke through. But still, it was 1-0, and then they get that second goal before the first intermission, and you could just tell the Bruins were walking off the ice. That, to me, was the backbreaker. And it was something that, going into it, that Sunday night that you're talking about, Martin, after being there for Game 6, I'm going, God, because you go from heading downtown to watch that game or watching it at your home or wherever you were, assuming they were going to win. That's what the mindset was. Now, I'm not saying everybody felt that way, but I know a lot of people thought this is the night there's going to be this ridiculous celebration. And then as it becomes clear in a rather blah Game 6, not only is it not going to happen tonight, but then you start to stare into the abyss of going, oh, crap, now they got to go to Boston. And it took all of these years just to get to this moment, and then the vanquishing in Boston felt inevitable after the way Game 6 went down. But you are correct. In talking to Thomas, talk to O'Reilly, talk to Maroon, for whatever reason, they felt like they knew they were going to win in Boston. And the reasoning was they felt like the Bruins were going to have to deal with all of the distractions and crap that they dealt with going into Game 6, and they knew how much it messed them up, and so they were really confident going into Game 7. And that's an after-the-fact thing. They flew up there, and I think it was Maroon. He goes, I looked at O'Reilly, and I go, holy crap, we're about to win the Cup. Like, that's before they played the game. They're flying up there. Like, that became real. And so there was a belief that they were going to win. Like, they knew they were going to win.
Sometimes it's more nerve-wracking to be a fan or a coach or just a viewer than it is to actually be the player. Because as a player, you can do something about it. You have confidence in your ability. You go in with a game plan. And while there obviously is a great deal of pressure on them, it's more nerve-wracking, I think, when you can't do anything about it. And you just have to sit and watch.
Yeah, the Petro goal at the end of the first period was at the 1952 mark. I remember the late goal. I couldn't remember what period. That was hugely deflating in the building. And then nobody scored in the second period. Schenner got one in the third. Doug, we call him Schenner. Mm-hmm. Do you remember who got the fourth goal?
Zach Sanford.
4-zip. Boston guy. Zach Sanford. Mm-hmm. And at 4-zip.
Got a picture here sent in of Ryan O'Reilly and Kelly Chase at the bar at the Enterprise Center from the recovering alcoholic, the morning of the trophy coming back, in addition to the chalice, of course. And under the picture, it says, 2 men that can have my wife even in eternity. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. And that's a really nice gesture on his part.
It's uncalled for.
Listening to that call gave me new P-E-A-S-E. P-E-A-S-E. Peace?
Peace.
Or
misspelled?
Pause? Could be pause, could be peace. For the disappointment against Winnipeg. Always heard that it's better to have lost love than never to have loved at all. Mm-hmm. And so that's how I feel about the Blues losing in the most painful way ever this season. Is far overshadowed by the incredible Stanley Cup championship run. Doug, that's from the 818. Is that L.A.?
I don't know where 818 is.
I think it might be L.A. We're starting to really gain market share in L.A.
Help you.
We're penetrating that market.
818 is L.A.
Some Kershaw fans sampled the show, decided to stick with us.
Absolutely.
The game ended, and we're walking out. I think Frank Cusimano, Corey Miller, Mo Drummond, I think we're all the St. Louis folks are leaving. And we're like, we'll just go. It's probably midnight. Yeah. We're like, we'll just go across the street. It's a Wednesday night. Just get a beer somewhere. I mean, they just won the freaking cup. We all did live shots for an hour and a half. Big opportunity while all of St. Louis is celebrating. But it was great. It was just tons of fun to be on the ice. But we leave, and everything's closed. I'm like, this is a huge city. And the cop said, yeah, shut them down when the Bruins lost. Everybody went home. I'm like, well, what about the rest of us? And somebody walking by said they're all at whatever hotel. And the Blues had the recovering alcoholic was there with Matt Offenberg. They flew a plane in that day, Big Walt, Hully, and they just went to the game and they were flying back that night. But they were all at this hotel, all St. Louis people. And we walk in, there's Big Walt, Matty, and there's Hull. And I ended up talking to Brett Hull, and he's arguing with me about who won the Conn Smythe. He said, how do you not give it to the damn goalie? And I said, well, he had a couple bad. Oh, for God's sakes. And after a little while, he said, Are we really arguing about who won the Conn
Paul
Smythe?
said this?
No, I said it to him. He was
Smythe.
arguing with me about the Conn Smythe. I said, oh, for God's sakes, who cares? They won the frickin' cup. It was just an awesome night. And then Charles Marlowe and I, Dave Sharp, Brian Ledford, our photographer, we had rented like a townhome or something. And Chuck and I were determined, after multiple beers, that we had to have pizza. And we probably called like 25 places in Boston. Hey, do you deliver this area? You're closed. What do you mean you're closed? we probably spent an hour and a half.
Did you get it?
No. Or maybe, honestly, I don't remember, if I'm being honest.
Sharon in Clayton says, I agree, Doug. As a fan, you're completely helpless to do anything about an outcome you have so much emotional investment in. It's god-awful. That 2 months took years off my life, but it was worth it. That's from Sharon, and she is in Clayton.
Yeah. That's how I always feel. I'm much more nervous watching than the games I was somehow involved in.
I bet Sharon posted so many dumb selfies with players in the cup like a creep. It's so Clayton of her. That's from the self-made stay-at-home mom.
The haters just can't help themselves. Everything that happens, they have to hate. Everything.
Is that how they build self-esteem, Doug? Hating others?
It must be. It must be.
Have you heard Chase tell the story of... It sounds like a movie script.
He didn't watch it?
No. He was driving back... Well, yes.
But he wasn't watching it.
Okay.
Right. That shocked me.
But then he was driving back from Nashville, if memory serves. He told the story on my podcast. And then he gets to downtown. I feel like I got to pull this up. Chairman, can I put in a request here?
Are you chairman sourcing?
I am chairman sourcing, but I know he's going to come through. God, I guess Chase was probably on in June of 2019 or July of 2019 on my podcast. And he tells the story, and he, right as they're winning the cup, I mean, it really does sound like a movie. He gets to downtown St. Louis, and he pulls over right at 40, where Busch Stadium is, and listens to the call while looking at the Arch and the Enterprise Center. I mean, it's like if you were writing a script for a guy who obviously isn't from here, but I mean, lived every bit of his life and gave every bit for this organization for that moment. And I always would think about Chase and Bobby Plager. Those are the two guys I would think about more than anybody else. And then a bunch of fans who would go to games at the arena and sit in the upper bowl at Scottrade, Enterprise, whatever the hell it was, Savas. And so happy for them. But the way that Chase actually experienced it was like a movie.
You can almost picture like tears coming down his eyes as it's happening. Sitting by himself, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
So he was on the shoulder of the road on Highway 40?
Yes. It's just insane. I remember fireworks. I mean, I was in St. Louis. I remember fireworks going off when the clock expired. And you could hear people screaming, cheering. It was incredible. It truly was. I mean, you're right. I mean, in anything that is the most recent experience, oftentimes has that prisoner of the moment element to it. But we're now talking 6 years ago today, and it still holds up. And I think in part because of what you said, it's basically 2 months every other night because they played 26 of 28 possible games, and the intensity that is required as a fan and the emotional investment in the roller coaster is unlike anything else in sports.
And just a marathon. It really does absorb your whole life for months at a time.
And a good example of what sports do for a city, how it can really galvanize everybody. People you've never met or something are high-fiving and hugging each other. And it was the biggest thing going on in St. Louis by far, and probably the biggest thing that had gone on in years in St. Louis.
Big moment here on the program, whereas we're waiting for the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's audition video, which she claims she has sent in the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and we have not seen it yet.
I haven't.
Sharon in Clayton has just sent in a picture of her with the Stanley Cup and the #1 flag and says, "Jealous mom, suck it." Sharon in Clayton, and that's a response to the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom and what is a thriving charcuterie business. But Sharon does have the picture with the chalice.
So she's asking the stay-at-home Ledoux mom if he or she is jealous.
I don't know why you say he. But,
because she got that picture with the cup.
That's correct.
Okay.
This self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, Sharon and Clayton thing is going to be...
You don't get a lot of
tense on the show.
Comments or texts that say "suck it, mom." You don't get a lot of texts that have those words put together.
Shut up, Sharon! Oh, that's on the big show.
I'm excited.
That was not Sharon, as far as I know. She can't do anything without kidding the haters. Here's my picture with the cup. Shut up!
Doug, you have a nice high end, but please stop wearing those mom jeans. They are not doing anything for your figure.
Oh, who was that?
Is that the self-made stay-at-home?
I don't know who it was.
Might as well be.
Next, let's talk about the 2006 World Series. That was a fun time as well.
Great time.
It was, yeah.
It was a Friday night. I believe 2011
was a
and
Friday night as well.
2006 were both Fridays.
And it was both because of rain delays. Fun facts for no one tell.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can talk about the 2006 World Series. That night, late on the 2 Fox, again, great opportunity while everybody's celebrating on the air. And they would say in my ear, we're just going to keep going for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, the players have all left. I mean, what are we still going? And that's when I got a call from work that said there was a report La Russa had retired. And I said, what?
Yeah.
And they said, apparently Shannon just said it. And they were like live. They were live.
Always breaking stories.
I guess they word on the street, which you learn at Mizzou journalism school. When in doubt,
That's
just
what
say
you go
word on
with.
the street. So I called the skipper at, I don't know, 1 a.m. or whatever it was, the night of game 5, was it? Was that a gentleman's sweep over the Tigers?
Yeah, the Kenny Rogers
And the thing about Tony is he always answers. And he answered, I don't know what I was thinking, and he answered the phone. And I said, hey, Tony, it's Martin. Yeah. I said, how you doing? He goes, effing kidding me? He said, that's the dumbest question you've ever said. We just won the damn World Series. And I said, I have real quick, I just have to ask, there was some report. I said, what? I said, Shannon's. He goes, ah. And I said, so it's not true? And he goes, yeah, I think I would know. And I said, well, I'm just asking. I don't want to find out in the morning that you told Hummel or something. And he goes, no, I got to go. And I was like,
that was it.
I called the station. I said, I think it's a no.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not fair.
That's not fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when you allow one producer who really doesn't know what he or she is talking about to get you in an awkward position.
I regret making the call, looking back.
I'm really surprised that you did, I got to say.
I think in the moment I thought, well, God, that would be a huge story. They win the World Series, he retires. He would never do that, except 5 years later, he did the exact same thing.
It's hard to be jealous of a dumb selfie when my family is part of the ownership group, you clown. That's the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom responding to Sharon and Clayton's selfie with the Stanley Cup.
So stay-at-home mom is part of the ownership group?
She is not. Her family is.
Okay. And you say she. Come on.
Fella.
Gentlemen. It's a gentleman.
In 2011, patios never closed. I saw a guy pay $175 for a 30 rack of Natty Light just so his friends could spray each other with it. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer.
Well, they have to close, don't they, by law?
Nah, laws.
More of a suggestion?
Oh, come on, Doug.
The night you win a World Series. Yeah.
Okay.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Designing our heating and cooling email today. Coming up, Miles Mikolas is joining us here on the Stiefel dossier. That is coming your way at 9:30. And we will look forward to talking it over with the Cardinals starter as the Cardinals take on the Brewers tonight for 4 in Milwaukee. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Moritz Royce Jewelers is online at ninjabling.com. Family owned, going back to the 1980s. This is not a chain. This is a place you go right across from the St. Louis Galleria. They're located in Richmond Heights in the Tower on the 15th floor, right across from the Galleria, for a private sales experience. When you're going in to buy jewelry, you have a budget. But then you go into places and they go, okay, you said this much. Maybe I'll see if I can get you to spend 20% more. That is not the way they practice business at Moritz Reusch Jewelers. If you are in the market for jewelry, whether you're looking to get engaged, whether you're looking to give a heartfelt gift for an anniversary or a family celebration, Moritz Reusch has so much jewelry right there in stock, specifically engagement rings for the guys who want to get something put together pretty quickly. And they also do custom jewelry if they want to design something from the ground up. It's Moritz Reusch Jewelers, located on the 15th floor of the tower across from the Galleria, just next to Clayton in Richmond Heights. It's Moritz Reusch, and they're online at ninjabling.com.
Let's go, Jack. Let's roll up there. Let's take in the game tonight.
Milwaukee.
Calling sick tomorrow. Yeah, I'll show you Miller Park / whatever it's called now. Check it out, buddy.
I'd be over there.
This is my anniversary. Sam up in Milwaukee with Jackson.
That would go well.
Miles Mikolas is going to join us. He is not on just yet, correct?
That is accurate.
All right. It is the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA, which is presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark Hanna is online at evergreenstl.com. He's a delightful gentleman. He was at the Dotem with Doug and Doug's son, Greg Vaughn, and that was on number 12, which was playing 114.7 yards.
That's what I had it at, yeah.
And he is the 9 o'clock hour sponsor on TMA. Coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can compete. And no one has won more than one Email of the Day competition so far in the month of June. Email of the Day AI, GoodOrBad.com, Street Team, Beef Mayo, Buck Swope, Cucky the Dwarf, and the Sexy Robot all have wins, but nobody has more than one, so you can still compete in this thing by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, so you can watch the show and participate in the Michelob Bolcha YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMA STL as the Cardinals head to Milwaukee for a 4-game series with the Brewers. And joining us right now to talk it over, friend of the program and a friend of fashion, Martin.
Yeah.
Cardinal starter Miles Mikolas. Morning, Miles.
Good morning. How you guys doing today?
We're good, man. Are you up at the Pfister Hotel?
Yes, the haunted hotel.
That's what I wanted to ask about. Any ghosts? Any see anything?
You know, I'm waiting for him every time we're here. You know, I'm up late. You know, the night games, waiting to talk to somebody from the spirit world. But I'm coming up empty year after year.
Oh. That's disappointing to hear.
I think some players have, I don't think it was Yachty, but I feel like some guys have stayed at other hotels because they really were spooked by it.
Yeah. We've had guys on this team. We drop them off at the Westin on our way to the Pfister.
Okay.
How about that, Doug? What do you think about that? They're like so really concerned about it that they stay at a different hotel.
Is it like ghosts of Brewers past? Like Niger Morgan's up there bunting the ball?
I heard that there's other entire teams where their manager doesn't like this hotel because of the ghosts, so they stay somewhere else.
Wow.
And from what I understand, some of the ghosts that people see resemble some people from the paintings that are around the hotel.
Like a shining thing.
That's one of the legends about the hotel is the guy who bought this hotel, like when it went up for sale, like a long time ago. He bought the hotel and then found out that the art collection was worth more than the entire hotel on its own.
Wow. Huh. Have you talked to players that have seen or heard anything?
Yeah.
Really? And what do they tell you about it?
They say that like they're in their beds at night and they think they hear some stuff, or like the toilet's flushing or water shooting out of it, and if they see someone that always resembles, you know, like the painting in the hallway, it's like a lady or like, you know, like a guy with a hat on or something. You know, they're in their bed, like they get that like almost like paralyzed like feeling, or it's like really cold or really hot. Just, you know, supernatural stuff, I guess.
Yikes. Yeah. Wow.
Wow. Well, you could wear a shirt that says "Suck It, Ghosts," and then that would maybe spook them.
Well, I don't want to upset the ghost. They've obviously been through a lot. They're trapped here. You know, they're in limbo or something. I don't really know.
That's true. So you had the shirt "Suck It, England" the other night, and people were like, "What is that?" So I looked it up. Apparently, it's a big fashion thing for the 4th of July. Is that correct?
Yeah, you know, I get some 4th of July. 4th of July looks, getting them ready. The one shirt I don't have that I thought was hilarious is it says something about England blowing a 13-colony lead. And I thought that was really, I thought that was really funny.
I like that.
13 colony.
Well, they did. They were way up. And we came storming back.
They were way up. They had, you know, the game was in the bag, and they just, you know, underdogs came back and got them. You know, it's only treason if you lose, right?
It's only treason if you lose. I kind of like that. All right, but enough of this footsie. Let's talk about the homestand, pal. It didn't go well. What do you make of it on the whole? You guys have been playing well, came home and then went 3-6. How do you, I know players will say flush it, but how do you view the past week and a half?
Well, you know, my glass is always half full. I'm a little more optimistic than some people, but you know, we've been playing great ball. Took a few from the Dodgers, which is great. You know, that always looks good because you know, they're one of the top teams in the league. And then, you know, the Blue Jays are, you know, another good team. You know, teams from the AL East are always swinging the bat pretty big. But even, you know, we stumble a little bit. But we're always in those games. You know, the offense was keeping us in those games. The defense was keeping us in those games. Unfortunately, you know, myself and some of the other guys in the pitching staff, you know, we let the Blue Jays get a little too comfortable maybe. But the offense kept us in it, and, you know, the spirits are high. You know, we're swinging the bat, And, you know, coming here to Milwaukee, it's a place a lot of us are familiar with. And, you know, I really do like the mound here. It's one of my favorite pitching mounds. It feels big. It feels steep. I know they're all the same per the rules and regulations, but this is a mound that just feels nice to be on. They should get some good crowds here for the weekend. Should be a fun series.
I see you're facing tonight this guy making his major league debut who supposedly throws 103 miles an hour. Do you know much about him? He's a kid from Missouri, Mizurowski.
No, they were talking about him on the plane last night. You know, it's always fun facing guys their first time. You know, maybe we can be a little loud and rowdy. Maybe we can, you know, maybe he gets nervous in his first start. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he does great. You know, congrats to the guy for making his major league debut. You know, we've all been there. It's an exciting time. But we faced the guy from Cincinnati that made his debut earlier this year, and when we got to him, he had some pretty incredible stuff. You know, I like our lineup against anybody. You know, to be honest, we've been swinging it really well.
Tell us a little behind the scenes about the Toronto matchup, because Oli kept saying, hey, they're a big contact team. We pitch to contact. How do you approach it? Do you try and change it knowing how they are? Give us a little insight into what the game plan was.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you run into, you know, matchups that look kind of tough on paper, you know, but you tell yourself that everybody's pitchable. You know, they don't strike out a lot, and if those bloopers fall in, I mean, you know, I gave up a few hard hit balls, you know, home run I'd like to have back, but, you know, some of those hits, like the blooper down the line, you know, can I get some wind? Can that blow six inches foul and, like, you know, kind of give me another shot, you know, keep us in that game? And that's baseball. You know, that's the tough part. Guys are going to have bloopers. But when a team is contact like that, I mean, you can adjust your approach so much, but you don't want to go out there and try to be someone completely different. You know, some weakly hit balls, a couple pitches that were not exactly where I'd like them to be, but the contact was still, you know, just kind of, you know, dribbling in there. So it's, you know, again, it's one of those things where it's just kind of tough. But, you know, sometimes the game can humble you pretty quick. You can make good pitches and guys can hit the ball hard. You can make good pitches and guys can kind of, you know, death by 1,000 cuts. Sometimes. Yeah,
that's what happened in particular in the second game of the series. Miles Mikolas, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN, and Miles is joining us in part to discuss Big League Impact's All-Win campaign and your work with Crisis Aid. If you could, Miles, let the audience know what this is all about.
Crisis Aid and Big League Impact are working together, particularly right now on some of this tornado relief for that St. Louis area. They're getting ready to execute long-term food distribution starting in the next couple weeks. Trying to get people, you know, affected by that tornado that ran through St. Louis. You know, people don't have, you know, they don't have anything to cook on. They don't have cooking supplies, so they're trying to get some, you know, some ready-to-eat meals, some other things, get some assistance out to some of these people who need it. Because I mean, you can go through some of those parts of, you know, downtown St. Louis, not downtown, that area right by the park where that tornado went through, and it's bad. I mean, there's trees down, there's still power lines down, people without power. So we're trying to get them food and things they need first and foremost. And then along with that, my good friend Mr. Wainwright's coming back July 27th out in Chesterfield at the Factory, gonna do a benefit concert. And as someone who's seen him sing, you know, at the stadium, on the bus, I've seen him sing karaoke. I mean, the guy's always putting on a show, so I'm excited for that.
Miles, the listeners of this show tend to be offbeat at times, and Steve in Wildwood is the chairman. Yeah. He lives at 1 Cardinal Way, which is the tower beyond center field. He's told me about this. I've not witnessed it, but he likes to yell with a megaphone from his balcony to the players while doing pregame warm-up. He said you're one of the few who sort of corresponds with him. Does this sound familiar?
Yes, we were talking about him the other day. What's his name again?
Steve.
Yeah, Chairman Steve, Miles.
Chairman Steve.
Steve. Oh, man, I can't wait to tell everybody. He's always yelling, because I'm one of the few people who, like you said, I'll acknowledge him. I'll put my hands up. I'll wave. Sometimes I yell, but I don't even think he can hear me because we can hear him with his megaphone. But people are asking who this guy is. I tell them he's the chairman of the Miles Mikolas fan club.
He said he's invited you up for he's invited you up for some Manhattans, I believe was one of the things he yelled. He said some players maybe like Arenado are not as amused as others.
No, everyone's guys guy like Arenado, he's playing every day. He's trying to get in the zone. When he gets the pitchers out there, we're warming up, we're stretching. Those guys are. The relievers might be in the game in a couple hours. The starters out there playing catch before BP. We're not physically invested in the game. We're mentally there cheering, but we're out there playing catch, having fun. Sometimes we even throw a Frisbee around. And when the guy's yelling at us, he's a fan. And, we're all ball players out there, but we're also, in the entertainment business. And I call it fan engagement. You want to sign some autographs, you bump into people at the store sometimes and, you want to say hello and thank them for being a fan. And that guy comes out with his megaphone, big fan of the Cardinals, obviously, likes to chirp me a little bit, but I appreciate it.
What does he chirp you with?
Oh, I think we had me and some of the other guys, it was finally nice and warm out. We had cut off sleeves and he was yelling at us, sun's out, guns out, stuff like that. Nothing negative, but he throws his little one-liners in there when he's yelling at us. How's it going? How are the boys? Let's go get them and stuff like that. It's fun.
I know it's a long season. It can get a little boring at times. Not boring, but just the routine. It's a marathon. How about if you break out a megaphone one day and bark back?
Yeah, I might.
I could see you doing that.
I might you think they have them at Target, or you think that's just something easier to just buy off of Amazon?
I'd ask Walshy.
I don't know where you buy a megaphone.
Just ask Walshy. He'll find it. It'll happen.
Okay.
It'll happen. I know you guys don't stare at the...
I can yell back at him. Maybe a signal mirror. Maybe one of those, emergency signal mirrors. We'll do a Morse code thing. I'll talk to him that way.
Oh, that'll work.
I like that. I know you guys don't stare at the schedule often, but are you even aware you hadn't played the Brewers? You still haven't played the Cubs, and we're getting, into mid-June here. A little strange schedule-wise to not see those teams until now.
We did play the Brewers at home earlier this year. I do know that. But
other than that.
But yeah, we've got a couple division games bunched up here in the next couple of weeks, which is fun. With Milwaukee here, and then we got Chicago and Cincinnati at home, and then we go back to Chicago for 4th of July. That'll be tons of fun as always. But it's different. There's a lot to like about the new schedule, getting to play everybody, and I know it's big for the fans. When you think about getting to see at least every other year other teams coming into your city and getting to see maybe some of your favorite players if they're on another team, or it's nice to be able to see your former teammates a little bit more often if they get traded outside the league, outside the division. But it does take away from some of that interdivision, pressure. There's a month left, 2 months left, but we've got, a bunch of games against the Brewers or a bunch of games against the Cubs. And it gives you that ability to kind of catch guys within the division. That's one of the things that they kind of took away with that new schedule. But it's also, a lot of places over the last couple of years that I've become really familiar with. I've got a couple of breakfast places I really like here in Milwaukee. There's, dinner restaurants galore in Chicago with the day games. And when you talk about taking an entire road series away from those places, it's, it means I got to find these good places to eat when we go to these other cities that we don't usually travel to, which can be fun, but taking away some of that familiarity is,
What do you do on a Thursday in Milwaukee on a night you're not pitching, or an afternoon you're not pitching?
The weather looks nice outside. I think it's a little overcast. I'm looking outside right now. Probably a nice day to just go for a walk, grab a coffee, some good breakfast spots here. There's a Restoration Hardware outlet right across from the breakfast spot. We just moved into a new house down in Florida, so maybe see if I can't find like an end table or something cool. Maybe walk around. There's a couple little shops around. There's like a little shopping area here, but I like to get out and get away from the hotel, walk around a little bit, maybe play some golf one of these days while we're here. A lot of great golf in Milwaukee. Just kind of be outside, move around. You don't want to sit still, sit on a couch, watch TV all day. You want to move around, keep the blood flowing.
And if the young ball players are listening, you should become a pitcher so you can play a little golf and grab a megaphone, enjoy life a little bit.
Yeah, I recently had my one of my nephews in town for his birthday. Was watching the Dodgers series, and we're talking about based on everything. Well, I'm not going to lie to you. This is maybe not the best job in the history of jobs, but it's right up there.
Yeah. Oh, I would think.
It's one of the best. With one of the best ways to kind of go about it. So. Something that's not lost on me at all, being so lucky, being so blessed.
All right, I want to try and recover from the schedule question. I did notice that when the Brewers were here, Miles didn't pitch, so I wasn't acknowledging that series.
That's why. That's what it was about. That's what it was
That's
about.
why.
It's a good explanation.
We were discussing the Wave earlier with the Dodgers in town. The Wave was more prominent with more fans in the stands. Are you, as a player, where are you with the Wave?
I like the Wave.
Okay.
I like the Wave. My stance on it, it's a classic thing, maybe a little nostalgic. And if the fans are doing it, then the fans want it. And why are we out there? To entertain the fans. The fans, they come to the ballpark, they grab a drink and a hot dog. They're there for some entertainment. You're sitting down a long time. You need some exercise. Maybe they should do more waves. They should be like a mandatory wave. Got to go around a few times. Let's get everyone a few up downs. Out of there. Let's keep the blood moving, and maybe that'll make them a little louder, a little more rowdy. Get under the skin of the opposing team, maybe.
More distracting to the pitcher or the hitter?
I think the hitter, because if you got the wave going on behind you and you timed it just right, maybe this is going to be the Cardinals' secret weapon. Time the wave just right.
Not a bad idea.
Time the wave.
Coming around the outfield wall as like the ball is coming out of your hand. A hitter is going to absolutely hate that. As a pitcher, even if everything's moving behind the plate, behind the backstop, the catcher's still sitting still. I'm not trying to hit the ball. It's not moving. It's not moving for me. I'm the one getting it moving. So I think the wave is going to bother the hitters a lot more.
This could be a nice little home field advantage idea here. I kind of like this play. I like this a lot.
That wave all the way, ride the wave all the way to the playoffs. Get your surfboard.
Doug, there's a marketing campaign. Miles Mikolas with us here on TMA Live from Milwaukee. Cardinals 4-game series getting underway tonight. Miles Mikolas giving back both his time and money to help with the St. Louis community effort. You can help the Cardinals and Miles Mikolas make a big league impact for Crisis Aid International. Find out how at bigleagueimpact.org/allwin St. Louis. And you also have Adam Wainwright and the Big League Bash at the Factory. That's coming up on July 27th. Miles, appreciate the time this morning, man. Thanks so much.
No, thank you so much for letting me get on here and chit-chat with you guys and talk about all this great stuff that Crisis Aid's doing. It's going to be great. These people need help, and through Big League Impact and Crisis Aid, that these people are going to get the help that they need, and that's some great work that they're doing. That's
the name of the game, man. Miles Mikolas helping out the community here with Crisis Aid and Big League Impact. Thanks, Miles.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Miles. Mikolas was here at Collier and Thompson phone lines talking it over. Doug, we've covered everything from ghosts to the wave to the Cardinals sweep against the Blue Jays. And
my debut on What'd Your Grandma Think? I've now entered the What'd Your Grandma Think.
What a delight. What a delight.
Somebody said, I really enjoy him. I just wish he pitched better. That's what a texter said.
Salty bald dude from Caseyville, Doug said that.
And Chairman Steve, a big win for him.
Yes, the Chairman Steve thing might be the headline. I mean, that's our Listener of the Year. Was that 2024, Chairman Kurt? You were the Listener of the Year 2022. Was he Listener of the Year 2023? Yeah, I don't know.
23. Yep. I'm surprised they could hear him down there, even with a megaphone.
Yeah, I
across
agree.
the street. I'm surprised they could hear him.
I assume they're warming up in the bullpen, so I guess that would be the closest point.
In the stadium,
they're in the outfield, just kind of standing there.
Yeah,
stadium completely empty would have to be. with no music, and no
we're talking
background
like
music.
But I think like 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes the music's on, sometimes it's not. I think they could hear him, and I have a feeling Mikolas will take me up on that idea. He'll be out there at some point. He'll have a megaphone barking back.
He needs to be up there in the condo with Steve.
Yeah, hanging out,
with the megaphone,
waving to the players.
barking at
I actually think he might do that. Like go up there,
screaming and yelling at his teammates.
That'd
be wonderful.
Yeah, don't tell anybody.
And then they turn around and they wave, and it's Mikolas. I might need a camera for that.
Miles bought a house in Florida, and St. Louis isn't good enough? That's from the 314.
Imagine he has several houses wherever the hell he wants to have them.
He's also from Jupiter.
Instead of figuring out what table to buy, he needs to figure out how to get people out.
Oh, come on.
That's my favorite thing. Like a player in the off season's like a picture of them playing golf or something. They're like, should be in the gym, should be studying game film.
Always.
Yeah.
I tried to hold him accountable for the horrible homestand. You heard me.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Went
you
right
call
at
him,
him.
hey, buddy.
Let's go.
He said, quit playing footsie. Let's get into the homestand.
Yeah, you held him accountable. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email today coming your way here on the program. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis way back when in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. They are proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered and is one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is where success meets success, so it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like the Morning After. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Well, Doug, it's an upbeat pop song from 2011 until you listen to the lyrics. Is that the theme today from Little Jackie Papers?
No. Just, again, bangers only.
Bangers only. Thursday, June 12th, 2025.
Okay. There's a moment in Succession where Kendall Roy's having his birthday party, and he's mad that the music stinks, and he said, I requested bangers, wire the wire. So
is that when he does the homage to his dad?
No,
song?
that's the L to the OG.
Yeah.
Dude be the OG. No, this was his birthday party where he was going to crucify himself.
Doug, we've got Stanley Cup final tonight.
Okay.
Head down to Sunrise, Florida, South Florida, local news, WPLG. Martin, what station is that? You're dialed in on the local
You feel like
news.
that's the ABC, Doug?
It is.
Is it ABC?
Yep.
Is that where you were? You were at NBC.
No, I was at NBC, WSVN.
Here is a little interaction as they're getting ready for Game 4 in Sunrise, Florida.
Okay, peel back the curtain a little bit. We interviewed 9-year-old Sophia here before the game, and I asked her what her favorite part of Florida Panthers games are. Sophia, what is your favorite part of Panthers game?
The fighting.
The fighting. Okay, so now I have to ask you, now that it has become the big story from this game, what did you think about the fighting, especially in that third period?
It was really good, and I really liked how they punched each other a lot.
Now, did you feel like the Panthers won the fight in addition to the game?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
So do you want to be our local 10 fighting hockey expert?
Yes.
Hit the goalpost. Okay.
She enjoyed the fighting.
She did.
And there's probably an email to that station. I didn't appreciate you encouraging fighting, especially with our youth. We need
What went
kids.
through your mind when you were told that the contract was done?
What's that?
It had some Cal May vibes.
Well, he talked to the girl, and she seemed like just a delight before the interview, and then they got down to the interview, and she was still delightful. She just didn't have much to say beyond one or two words, which is what you would expect from a kid.
Kids are tough.
Tough loss today.
Tough loss today, yeah.
If you want them to say a certain
brand of journalism,
that's how you get the end. I'm telling you, it's the Rocky Madden school. Are you frightened or are you scared? Oh, I was frightened.
Thank you.
People tell me today they're frightened. Take a listen.
That girl knows more about hockey than Jackson does. That's from your mom's lesbian lover.
Likely. Yeah, probably about right. And good on her.
I think everyone kind of enjoys the fighting in hockey, but doesn't seem to enjoy it in other sports.
Well, it's certainly a part of hockey.
Chaser would say, let me ask you a question, buddy. You ever see anybody get up and head to the concession stand during a fight?
No, and they wouldn't get up in a fight in any other sport either, and yet it's really frowned on. In the other sports, there's suspensions handed out. It's crazy.
There is some weird things on that. Yeah.
The Panthers minus 147 tonight as they lead the series 2-1. The chairman sourced. I asked for that Kelly Chase story about how he experienced the Blues winning the Stanley Cup. This was from my podcast. So it was 2019, like June, July 2019 that he was in, Chairman?
I don't know the dates, Tim, but
right.
Yeah, I didn't check out the date. But.
All right. This is Kelly Chase.
But you said you stopped and all you did was you listened to your broadcast partner.
Yeah.
You didn't want to watch it. You wanted to listen to Chris Kerber call it.
Well, I set it up so I could drive. So I was arriving in St. Louis if they won when the game finished. So I think I was in like Paducah, Kentucky, or just before Paducah, whatever the hell it was. And I took off driving, and I actually kind of slowed down a little in Illinois. And when I decided about an hour out, I kept hearing about, Curbs would say something about Ballpark Village or about the, Busch Stadium or about, Enterprise. And I was thinking, holy shit, how many people are downtown? Right where the exit at the ballpark is, there's a little kind of a V where you're coming on, and I parked. What's eerie about this is no one was on the highway, dude. If I stood out there for 3-4 minutes, 4 cars went by me on an interstate. I've had plenty of times coming from that side. Believe me, but I can tell you, I don't care what time you're coming, there's traffic. And I'm telling you right now, nobody, I don't know if anybody has a picture of this, but I can't believe I didn't get my phone out. And like, what was happening was I was getting text messages like boom, boom, boom. I actually think I have pictures of my text message thing getting to like 300. But the cars were parked. It wasn't like they were parked along the street and you could still drive. They were wall to wall to wall on the streets with their lights on. Like
I didn't know this. I never
Oh,
heard
my
this.
God. It was freaking unbelievable.
No, here's the thing.
No,
Jack, I know Jackson's thinking it. If you would have been the one to edit it, Doug would have jumped your ass for the editing. And here, nothing.
It was
Oh, yeah.
totally fine.
Oh, yeah, fun police.
Fun police.
It's on a donut break.
Fun police on a
donut break. Kurt, thank you for finding the clip.
Chairman source.
September 2019.
September 2019. Kelly Chase telling the
Jackson
story of
would've
how he timed it out. So he was driving back from Nashville, and he didn't want to watch the game. God bless America. So he listened to the call the whole way and then stood there on the side right there at that V and watched downtown St. Louis as the Blues won the Stanley Cup. How about that?
Wasn't
and no
Bob
cars.
Plager like that, too? He couldn't watch the games?
Even in Boston.
He'd pace around.
He's behind the press box up there, the concourse level, and there's the Blues players who were not playing are sitting there, and they're all watching. I think Caruso was even sitting there with them, and then you'd see Plager walk by. He just would not look at the ice. That was his whole thing, is he just couldn't look.
Yeah, JR did a great story on that during that playoff run about Bobby Plager walking around, and then if they'd score, he would stand in the same spot, and if the other team would score, he would avoid that spot in the building. I mean, it was something else. Had you heard, as we're talking about this, because it is the 6th anniversary of the Blues winning the Cup, and that is where this conversation's coming from. I'm curious, Martin. I always feel like you got the knowledge. There was talk, real talk, amongst the team about the possibility of, if they should win the Cup, and there's the tradition of, who gets the Cup first after the captain is handed the Stanley Cup by the commissioner, that they were going to hand it to Bobby Plager. Did you heard that before that happened?
I feel like I heard it. I don't remember where. It's familiar.
Two different Blues alumni firsthand told me about that. Before they eventually gave it to, do you recall who got it first? Nurse?
Petrangelo.
No.
He was the captain.
After Petrangelo.
O'Reilly? No, it would have been the next oldest player. So, Bouwmeester?
But it's a choice. Yeah, it was Bouwmeester.
Yeah.
But there was talk, and this, I mean, I don't know if it's not a
that
big deal.
Petra would have given it to Bobby, or Bobby before Petra, or no?
That they would have brought Bobby out there and handed him the cup before any players. But then I think when it got down to it, they were thinking, okay, then we're kind of going against the tradition, and then it's like, but it was kind of, it was a conscious nod to Bobby Plager representing not only generations of the organization from its beginning, but generations of fans, because he was Mr. Blue. And so that was a real talking point, to the point that when I went down there for Game 6, I was like, man, number one, they're going to win it tonight. Number two, I wonder if they're going to hand it to Bobby Plager. And can you imagine what the emotion would have been like? But when in the end, I think there was some that wouldn't be the right thing to do because you give it to a player. And so that was but that was one of the talking points going into that moment.
I remember hearing about it. I didn't know how far it had gotten, or who ultimately decides that even. Yeah. Maybe Army with Stillman decide.
He was still down there on the ice.
And he got to lift it up.
Yeah.
They're helping him.
Well, everywhere you looked. I mean, there's McKinnis, there's Walt, there's Holly. It was great because they made sure all those guys were there for it.
Steen and I believe Perron made sure Chris Thornburn got the cup early on, too. He was literally being pushed up to get it. It was a class move. That's from Sharon in Clayton, who earlier sent in a picture of a selfie with the Stanley Cup and a jean jacket that has the St. Louis flag on it, Doug.
That's nice. Well, I think they usually do it by how long you've been in the league. That's the order they go, usually. But how it should have gone.
But the first one is the captain's choice.
Yeah. How it should have gone is Gary Bettman should have given the trophy to you, Tim.
Oh wow.
Or just shoved you inside of it. I don't know.
We're awarding the Stanley Cup to Tim McKernan.
I guess. I don't know.
I know you're too humble to admit it.
I kind of thought that, but I'm using the Bobby Plager story as a cover.
Yeah.
You were hoping that Doug would bring it up.
Yeah.
You didn't want to be the one, like, maybe this
I
will
was
open the door.
encouraging you to do it. You didn't bite, but Doug knew where to go.
Kicking Doug's legs.
Doug knew where to,
I didn't bite, and then Tim's like, wasn't there another angle to it? I always thought there was something else that was kicked around.
That whole winning the cup and multiple World Series titles thing was fun. I vote we start doing that again. Doug, that's Illini, Greg, and Green Bay. And Martin, that might have been who you were confused with when Keith called in from Green Bay. We've had texts from L.A. and calls and texts from Green Bay.
Somebody signed a text earlier. And also, it's Keith. Because that's, I believe, what he said. That is Greg in Green Bay, as opposed to Keith in Green Bay. We got people in L.A., people in Green Bay.
I can't get enough of the program.
Cornering the market.
Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the podcast. You can go back and podcast this program anytime you would like on the 101 ESPN app, on 101ESPN.com, on TMASTL.com, and on the TMASTL app. Plus, if you want to, you can go back and watch the program anytime you want on YouTube. But the podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Doug, I'm going to give you a little test. How would you spell Schaefer Door?
Oh, man. Use it in a sentence, please.
Man, I sure like Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door.
Country of origin?
Germany, for sure.
Okay. Schaefer. SCHAEFER, Schaefer.
There it is. You shipped it. SchaeferDoor.com. That's right. 1F. SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text the number they set up for TMA listeners, which is 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster is garage door openers, a strong, quiet, and versatile experience. They have Monday morning standby service for those garage doors that break over the weekend. It's one of those things, if you've had the garage door break, you hear it crash to the ground, that means the spring most likely broke, and you go, who do I go to for this? We got the answer. It's Schaefer Door at SchaeferDoor.com. They also handle commercial doors as well. It's Schaefer Door, a LiftMaster partner. Martin, you have onboarding, and you will be heading out.
Today's topic, look at Cardinals' schedule before asking schedule questions.
Yeah. That's
unfortunate. I'm going to take some time away.
I will be taking time away tomorrow. I am off and vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in Montauk, just south of Montauk.
Yeah.
And it's going to be fun for our family to play in the Shinnecock member guest. That's kind of a tradition when you grow up off Tam Avenue is the Shinnecock member guest. So we're going to be heading up there, flying into Teterboro this afternoon and getting in my practice round. So I will not be in, but we'll all be back together on Monday, and we shall celebrate the Cardinals sweeping the Brewers and surviving the hauntings of the Pfister Hotel.
A lot of good ghost talk.
Yeah, I like that. And Chairman Stephen Wildwood talk, too. I do think Miles Mikolas will go up on the balcony with the megaphone.
I think he would do it.
Yes.
I bet that ghost talk is the best marketing thing that's ever happened to that hotel. I bet people stay there who would never otherwise stay there, just hoping they see a ghost.
I've stayed there, gone to Summerfest, big concert series.
Was it on your mind when you were going to bed? Were you thinking, oh, man, here comes the ghost?
I did see a few things, but I think it was double vision, maybe.
What did you see?
Late night Tom Petty. Well, I saw Tom Petty play in the outdoor amphitheater. Great.
No, I mean with the ghost.
I don't remember, Doug. Might have been wound up that night.
Okay.
Saw things.
I'd love to see one, but nobody ever seems to get a picture, do they? Everyone's got a phone with a camera, but nobody ever seems to get a picture.
Sounds like you're calling BS.
Well, I think it might be.
Bo. Martin didn't see one, but he thought it might have been a double vision situation.
Well, I don't know what it was. Manhattan views.
Martin heading to onboarding. We are heading into our 10 o'clock hour, even though it is 10:10. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. AestheticDesignAndBuild.com. That is where you go if you are looking to customize your outdoor living space and work with Dan and his team in their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, whether it's a custom deck or you want to add on a pergola, or if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screen, they really do have answers for it all at Aesthetic Design and Build. It's 636-532-5008. You can visit them online at AestheticDesignAndBuild.com. Come check out their showroom and let their expert team walk you through all the different outdoor solutions that they offer, from pergolas and retractable screens all the way to their patented underdecking system. Their goal at Aesthetic Design and Build is to provide a custom solution that matches the look and feel of your home. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, outdoor living spaces expertly designed. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Game 4 tonight of the Stanley Cup Final, Oilers and Panthers. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. That's going to be a 7 p.m. puck drop. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's bangers only.
Bangers only.
That's the theme, Doug, here in the 10 o'clock hour on TMA. Well, the U.S. Open is underway to the dismay of many in the St. Louis area. Doug, would you like a leaderboard update?
Okay, sure.
J.J. Spawn is your leader at 4 under par. He is leading Gary Woodland, and he won in 2019 at Pebble Beach.
I don't know the years, too.
Ludwig Oberg is looking to win his first major. He, along with Si Woo, shaking that ass, Kim, Thomas Dietrich, Thurston Lawrence, are all at 2 under par. Rory McIlroy, who I said would not make the cut at plus 300, is 3 off the lead and tied for 7th place with Adam Scott and Jackson Burkett, who is an amateur player. Oh, let's take a look at some notables on the leaderboard for the players who are already out this morning in Western Pennsylvania. Doug, Bryson DeChambeau is at even par through 11. Wyndham Clark, winner at LA Country Club a couple of years ago, he's at even par as he is making the turn. And Harris English, a delight of square bettors throughout the land, is at +1 through 12. Phil Mickelson is 1 over par. And then some bigger names who are having some problems this morning. Hideki Matsuyama's 2 over. Tommy Fleetwood is 2 over. Xander Schauffele is 2 over. Matt Fitzpatrick, the winner at Brookline, is 3 over. Akshay Bhatia, 3 over. Continuing to scroll down the leaderboard, you'll find 2013 U.S. Open winner Justin Rose and Rory McIlroy's Augusta playoff combatant. He is 4 over par. Shane Lowry holed out from 165 yards to drop to 4 over par. And Captain Keegan of the Ryder Cup is 4 over par. Patty Cantlay, 4 over par. Doug, some big numbers coming from some big names, but the scores a little lower than I think I expected, at least at this point. And there's fights going on at Twitter as to whether or not the scores will remain this low. So if you were looking to fill your day with fighting with strangers, go to Twitter and argue about whether or not Oakmont's going to be as tough as experts thought it was going to be.
And all these people who are fighting, they are experts on the course, and
that's correct.
What scores should be carded?
That's correct. Okay. That is correct.
I see poor Justin Hicks and Evan Beck are already 11 over par.
I was going to ask, if you're amateur Evan Beck and you're 11 over through 13, are you having a terrible day, or is it just...
So we switch the mindset and say, let's have some fun.
Yeah.
I would imagine for about, I'd say 2 out of 3 of the golfers at the U.S. Open, it's a little different than a PGA Tour event, where you have these qualifiers, you kind of know going in what the situation is. So you have a different goal than, say, what Bryson or Scotty Scheffler are thinking. You know what I mean? I would think, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure, listen, everybody's got the dream, but I also still think you know kind of where you are against some players who are just otherworldly.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think if you're an amateur going in expecting to compete for the top spot, you might be humbled a little bit.
Tell that to Trevor Guchachewski. He's an amateur. He's +6. He's in this to win it.
What about Dodo Molinari?
In it to win it.
I know the scores are a little lower than anticipated. I just watched Bryson chip a ball about 3 feet in front of him to lead to this putt he has. So I still think it's probably extremely difficult out there despite some lower numbers.
So are you going to take the side in the Twitter argument over the course being too hard or too soft?
No. I usually wait a little bit to give a take for, more things to unfold, more information to come out. It
looks like conditions are perfect.
Thursday.
The weather's perfect. There's no wind, so that's got to help him a little.
Thursday pins.
Yeah.
Is Bryson going strategic beard? Did you see that?
No, I haven't looked. I'll take a look later.
God, Tim, you're so good at reading the leaderboard.
Stop it.
Makes my pant tight. That's from Jackson's Lone Wispy Pube. Bob Wagon says, "Stop with the golf!" Buzz, caller Buzz, who won the Listener of the Month in June 2023.
I think he did,
says, "I'm poor, fat, and unhappily married, so don't talk golf." That's from caller Buzz.
He's both, he's poor, he's fat, and unhappily married.
Yes.
Is that the big three?
I would think that's a hat trick.
Poor, fat, and unhappily married. That's the big three? That's what it's called?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Poor fat.
It's probably not that uncommon.
No, I don't think it's uncommon at all.
Which is a reminder, Jackson, there's an argument going on Twitter where you can argue whether or not Oakmont's too hard or it's too soft. So once you get done with today's program, I want to see what's going on in your Twitter feed.
Yeah, and then I have to pretend to be an expert on every single course they've played the U.S. Open at. It's supposed to be hard. It probably will end up playing really hard come the weekend. But yeah, Thursday with, like Doug said, proper weather and low winds, I could see. Yes, why you probably have 4 under being the leader right now.
Mm-hmm. The Barstool Foreplay guys got to play it, and they struggled, and they're decent golfers. It's worth a watch. That's from the 314.
So every YouTube golfer pretty much got invited out by the USGA, which I thought was a brilliant move about a month ahead of the U.S. Open.
We were a YouTube golfer against Chris Nagel. We didn't get invited.
No, we did not.
That was a big miss on their part.
Thank you.
But yeah, they had all those YouTube golf creators out there, and it was like a good preview of the course, got people excited. And Grant Horvath, who's an actual stick, was really struggling out there. So
do you know what he shot?
I don't know the number, but I saw a bunch of clips of him just not being able to get around. That's the thing is if you're not used to playing in rough that thick, when you're chipping, it can be really difficult. If you're used to,
is anybody used to that? Who would play that on a regular basis? Who would want to? Don't you feel bad for the members of that club, or is it a public course?
That's a private course. They like it like that. They like it really hard.
The members want to shoot 120 every time they go out?
It's not as hard as it is right now. They have it playing as hard as it possibly can.
I would hope.
So Buzz said, "I'm poor, fat, and unhappily married, so don't talk golf." But we got this text, Doug, it's from Old Woody. Okay. "I'm gay, black, and married, and that's the real big three." So he is he is correcting the record on what the real big three is. Guys, Chris Solomon of No Laying Up shot 88, and he's scratch. Yeah, I think that tracks.
Yeah, that does.
And I know that might sound ridiculous, but I don't think I would break 100.
Yeah. Oh, no, I don't.
But at the same time, I think Riggs shot 104.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I know on that day when they had a bunch of the YouTube guys out that they were shutting off some portions of the course. So if you hit it in some areas, you couldn't actually hit out of there for maintenance purposes. So that could either help or hurt depending on the shot.
Jackson, can you quit TMA and become a YouTube golfer with me? That's from Boozy.
No.
You could do both of them?
Yeah, that's the thing, yeah.
Boozy, he will do both of them.
What do you have to do to become a YouTube golfer?
Boy, that Grant Horvath.
Garrett Clark, Wesley Bryan, George Bryan, Rick Shields, Bob the Sports guys, Foreplay guys.
It is huge. I mean, it's young people. That's what they gravitate toward. I had a meeting earlier this week. I think I said this on the podcast yesterday. I didn't say it on TMA. With a guy, great guy, and he was talking about his son playing, and they were at a signature event, Pro-Am, so that's the top players, and the biggest following was for Wesley Bryan, who did play on tour, but his following is not because of his work on tour. His following is because of YouTube. Mm-hmm. That's the game.
Yeah, I think it's a good, a partnership. I mean, Liv has utilized them. PGA Tour has utilized the YouTube golfers to bring more awareness to the game, get younger people more involved, and it's a great way to showcase golfers. One of them going on one of these channels and doing 18 holes with these guys. I think it's a great thing for the sport.
That loser Riggs shot 106 and lost to Trent. Definitely a 4 handicap, though. That's from Little Tommy Tribbins. I thought he was like a high handicap. I mean, like 12 handicap.
I thought he was like in the 8s. I thought he was like an 8.
Oh, wow.
But did he really lose to Trent? Trent's like, he can't break 100.
I'll take golf talk all day. That's from the Big Show. Doug, it's a polarizing topic.
All right.
But that is your U.S. Open leaderboard update here. Again, JJ Spawn, your leader. And if you like him to go wire to wire and you want to live bet it, Jackson, what do you think the number is on JJ Spawn to win the U.S. Open? Now, he is your leader.
Plus 7,500.
Plus 7,500. Not a bad get. Doug, you want to fire a bet at the pot?
I'd say 7,501. Not a lot.
Chairman Kurt, do you want to fire a bet at the pot?
Plus 9,000.
Plus 2,000.
Jeez.
Scotty Scheffler plus 330 remains your favorite. Bryson DeChambeau was second before balls went up in the air this morning, and he is now fourth at plus 1,000. Bryson, for the record, plus one. Scotty Scheffler yet to tee off. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Jackson, this dude's on the 20. Taylor, not the kid from Home Improvement. Express.
Read this.
Boom. Let's get you fired up, doesn't it?
It really does. It really, truly does.
101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Fans have gathered to watch the program at youtube.com/TMA STL. Little Tommy Tribbin sent in a screenshot of Riggs' handicap. He's at 3.7. I saw some of his swings at Oakmont. Riggs has been sitting exactly where Doug is sitting right now. He's been on TMA before. Delightful guy. I have to tell you, I am really surprised by that.
Yeah. That it's that low?
That it's that low, yeah. I mean, I'm not, like, doing it. I mean, not everybody has an opportunity to go out and play a bunch, even though I know that's his gig. I'm surprised to see that. But maybe, hell, I don't know. Yeah, because I think he shot 104, 106 at Oakmont.
I do like he has a series right now called the Haters Series.
And he plays Haters.
Yeah.
Why don't you do that?
He had a $25,000 grudge match against a guy.
He put up $25K? Mm-hmm. Good for him.
He'll fly people out, put them up, just so that they can put their money where their mouth is. I respect the hell out of that. And I respect the people who actually go and do it, because you're obviously in a leveraged spot there, but I think it's pretty cool. Shout out to Riggs. St. Louis' own.
So, do the Haters have to put up $25K?
That I don't know.
I didn't watch that, but I think in this one particular match, there was a $25,000 wager.
God, that's awesome.
At least that's the way the YouTube thumbnail kind of posed it, but I didn't watch.
God bless. Doug, do you want to play against any of our Haters for $25,000?
No, I wouldn't really care to spend 3 or 4 hours with them.
See, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, then you're rewarding... And I say this respectfully, the Hilljack community.
For sure. For sure. You'd have some production people out there with you, so you have a little buffer.
You would have Urity.
You'd have a little bit of buffer there.
Doug, Design Air is a sponsor of the email of the day. You're a Design Air client. Martin's a client. I am as well. Seth Goldcamp.
Yeah, I won't go to anywhere else. Once you meet Seth Goldcamp and his team, you know who's going to handle your HVAC situation. If your heating and cooling shouldn't be a guessing game. If you're sweating in January or wrapped in a blanket in July, it's time to call Design Air Heating and Cooling. They've been in business since 1904, which means they were fixing furnaces before air conditioning was even a thing. Seth Goldcamp is the guy in charge there. He runs a tight, trustworthy ship. No gimmicks, no upsells. Design Air is also the longest-running sponsor on TMA, which basically means they have got the HVAC street cred and the loyalty badge that we give out here at TMA. Head to designairservice.com, schedule your service, and breathe easy. Design Air, they've been doing it right for over 100 years, and they are also home of the handsome repairmen.
Yeah, the repairmen are handsome at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Sponsor of the email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, you have just been offered an opportunity to play. I love you, Doug. Will you play with me? That's from John.
Probably not. Would you look at the time? I am just so pressed for time.
You don't have the time to play?
I would play, but frankly, I haven't got the minutes.
Some people in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat are asking Riggs' background. Barstool golf guy from St. Louis, went to Harvard for hockey. That's Riggs. You were in studio when he was in, right?
I was.
Yeah. And then he came down the hallway on a balloon party as well. All right, Design Air Heating and Cooling email coming up here on the program. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's online at IGotFloor.com, and right now you can go online at IGotFloor.com, and you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael has been operating his business for over 30 years, family, locally owned. That's Michael's Flooring. Michael's passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to know that he is going to make sure that you have the best experience for the best price. Just go to IGotFloored.com. You can go online, and right now you're going to get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's Flooring has 3 St. Louis area locations to take care of you. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Dardenne Prairie, and they are in St. Peter's. It's Michael's Flooring. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit IGotFloored.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up here on this program. BK and Ferrario coming your way at the top of the hour. I will be off tomorrow and back on Monday. Jackson's parents kind enough to let me use their place at the Hamptons for a 3-day weekend, so that'll be fun to take the family out there. My 3-year-old has only been to the Hamptons 5 times.
Yeah. Oh, my, I wouldn't repeat that out loud.
Right. I know, it's a little embarrassing. Yeah. So this will be a chance to, kind of let him show what he has earned by birthright, and see how, most people are able to live in Montauk. So I will be back on Monday, and looking forward to the Cardinals trying to right the ship in the U.S. Open this coming weekend. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, longtime sponsor here on TMA and the Tim McKernan Show podcast. He's online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. You go online, type them in, you're going to see 425 5-star reviews for James Carlton and the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He has a huge staff, and that staff is there to make sure he provides you not only with customer service when you need it, but also to be able to look for ways to save the customer's money. Caller Ellen texted me last week and said, I can't believe it. I'm now a James Carlton client, and just like that, I'm saving $1,000. That's what James Carlton and his staff can do for you. That's what he's been doing for me now for more than 6 years. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. Pat McAfee got a chance to talk it over with the Indianapolis fans last night, Doug. Okay. Here's how they got riled up to shock the Thunder in a 2-1 lead in the NBA Finals. Here's Pat McAfee.
It's been 9,126 days since the last time that this wonderful state has hosted the NBA Finals. I call it perfect timing because everybody's talking about the OKC fans are the loudest. The OKC fans have the best fans in the league. What the world is about to witness is the loudest building in the history of ball. Let's turn this. Oh! Let's go!
Buckets. I can see why he wants to get in the WWE, or he has appeared a few times in the WWE.
He's a mainstay now.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's on the call.
I mean, he's perfect for that.
Yeah, 100%. Gets people fired up.
Mm-hmm. He's all over the place, though. Boy, he's got some energy.
Yeah, I wish the Pacers would stop wearing those gold uniforms. Just one time wear the white ones.
I found it interesting that the home team wore a uniform that said Indiana, their city, and the visitors wore their nicknames. Usually it's the other way around.
Yeah.
When you're the visiting team, you wear St. Louis or Chicago or Oklahoma City. Yeah. But it was the opposite last night.
Yeah, the Pacers have worn those yellow uniforms, which is technically their away uniforms, although they call it something different in the NBA. Like every game for the last what feels like month, and I'm pretty sick and tired of looking at it.
Wow,
you are uniform police.
And
this guy is the uniform police. You're the fun police. Jackson's uniform police.
I have been.
I'm the boy slut police.
Oh gosh,
tee-hee. I've been to Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis where they play, and it is an awesome building, and it gets really loud, and it's really cool. All those,
but you're just mad at the uniforms the whole time.
100%. The entire all those stadiums in the Indy are built like a field house. Hinkle Field House, obviously the famous one for Butler, where Hoosiers was shot. It all has this field house look. Lucas Oil has it. Gainbridge Fieldhouse has it. It's really cool. I like that uniform stadium look.
You like a good guessing game, Doug?
I do. Yeah.
These celebrity net worth websites, they're accurate, right?
Yes, of course, because celebrities are obligated to turn in their tax returns.
Pat McAfee's net worth, Doug?
Well, I know he's got a huge contract, but he probably hasn't earned all that money yet. So I'll say his net worth is $30 million.
Jackson?
I'll go 70.
I'm going to go $150 million.
Multiple websites showing 60 mil.
60 million.
60.
I guess Doug wins.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
so if multiple websites, then the net worth is accurate.
Yeah.
Especially when they all source the original website.
How did that industry? Hey, I'm doing a seed round of funding. Oh, what's the business? We're going to be a celebrity net worth site.
Don't you guys get emails and texts all the time saying what exactly is the net worth today?
Richorpoor.com.
You look at the stock
Jackson,
market, you figure
you're going to branch out?
Part of the good or bad family.
Yeah. Is that all? Well, that's also pre-revenue. It's officially just started, and it's now pre-revenue. So, lining up.
We got someone else, or was that the only one?
That's all I got.
Okay. Well, it was a good one, though. Timely.
Who else you want?
Yeah, they're all out
I
there.
can get you pretty much anybody you want.
Okay. How about Rory McIlroy?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I would say 800 million.
I was going to say 450.
I'll say $1, Bob. Oh my God, he $1 us.
250.
Okay, I win again.
I'm going to take that's
multiple sites. Though.
Okay, all right. Oh, then I'm wrong.
Sites.
Okay,
I think it's sourcing all the one site originally. 100 stories, one source.
It's the best. All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals will take on the Brewers tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Sunny gray, toe in the slab for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's Team A 101 ESPN. And Doug, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Oh, Doug, I'm coming after you today. I'm pointing my finger at you. So sit your butt down and listen up. I was lucky enough to be the belle of the email of the day ball on Tuesday and was rewarded with a parking pass and 4 tickets to the game from former TMA producer Joe. A grateful thanks to Joe for the hookup. Now, back to the finger and butt stuff from before. I had a few members of the presentation cast their ballots for my terrible email, but old Douglas, my khakis need to be pressed Vaughn, said no. I don't like him. He's lemonading too much. Well, you get off your damn high horse right now, mister. If I'm taking kids to a baseball game and hoping to spend less than $200, you're darn tootin'. I'll degrade myself to the point of begging for free tickets and a free parking pass. Otherwise, I ain't a-going. The only thing worse I could possibly do would be to pursue a career in sports journalism, hoping it would lead to a lucrative career. Okay, keeping it short. Toodles. Thanks again, Joe. That's from the Sexy Robot.
Sexy Robot.
Morning, boys. Great show today. Most callers on a show since 2008. Is that right? People are tracking data?
No. We did once where we had a challenge. We challenged ourselves to get 10 callers.
Yeah. Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
We need more pickleball and disc golf talk on this show. I'll be playing in Fenton City Park today. Afterwards, I'll be visiting the lingerie shop in downtown Fenton for a little flair for Dougie Doug. Mr. Martin from 10 to 11. See you soon, I hope. That's from Jake in St. Jen.
Nice little email. Jake in St. Jen.
Tim isn't the best at reading things.
Is or isn't? Did he say
Tim is the best at reading things?
It's gotten louder day by day.
Well, the smash factor's up. He's compressing the
I'm in good
gong.
shape.
My audiologist found out.
Greetings. This show specializes in showing all the beautiful people in St. Louis area proper. There are blinds from Festus, Fats from St. Charles, extra fat, unhappily married poors from Jeffco, lost Southern gentlemen umpires, really nice washed up pitchers, mouth breathers from the Outer Rim, hill folk of all stripes, hardened blow-whoring chairmen, Doug's Gooch Juicy Boys, panhandlers from under the bridges, trailer dads with 4 kids under 8, and bleach connoisseurs of all kinds. Thanks for the laughs as always. That's from the salty bald dad or dude from Caseyville.
Salty bald dad from Caseyville.
Trailer dads.
I'm here to give a shout out to the emailer yesterday who used a government name and did not get permission. Decent email, but you need to keep your opinions to yourself or to your homeboys. Doug, that's from Flip Wilson, who's unhappy that his government name was used by somebody else to win yesterday.
Flip Wilson, unhappy.
Sorry I haven't emailed in for a while. I literally forgot the show even existed. I did briefly check in yesterday to see what I'd been missing, but quickly turned off my radio when I heard Jackson say, quote, I'm kind of picky about beverage vessels.
It's true. I am.
Like he's some sort of fancy pants wine taster. Pretty uppity behavior from an ADHD-riddled public school kid who will be working at Ronnie's again before too long. Isn't it funny how National League MVP Ryan Sandberg had 19 home runs and 84 RBIs in the year 1984. That reminds me of how the Cardinals' second baseman currently has 3 home runs and 14 RBIs, and he plays in the area code of 314. Coincidence? Or could it be that our power-hitting second sacker never really got his eye back? You make the call. As for me, I live by the old adage, 3 round trippers by Flag Day, and you're in line for a big payday. Seems like Noli Gormy is right on track in my book. 4, please. JV golf coach now gaping.
JV golf coach now gaping.
And finally, I'm not going to be much good to you today, not after seeing Goose burn down the factory each of the last 2 nights. So much to get to as the Pacers took a 2-1 lead over the Thunder in the NBA Finals, meaning Libby Jack is already wrong about his Thunder and 5 pick.
So quick, you know.
The Cardinals lost their 4th in a row at yesterday's Infidelity Special, meaning no highlights will be posted from the official Cardinal YouTube account for the 4th straight game. And what's the media in this town talking about? Some gerbil in the YouTube chat humble bragging about his round of disc golf. Ours is the type of presentation where a geriatric blind man from the taint of Jefferson County feels free to drop in at any time and tell Doug to holla at the bitch before berating Libby Jack for not participating in a hackneyed stadium ritual with all the Hoosiers and young children that are too bored to follow a baseball game. Up next, we got a guy who hated Pestis' call so much he nearly drove his truck off the road. Meanwhile, caller Keith, DBA Greg, has the solution to the Cardinals' attendance woes: dog racing. That's right, the niche gambling sport that's been in steep decline for decades, with most tracks closing down due to concerns over animal cruelty. Not to mention it's illegal in 44 states, including Missouri. I'm sure Triple Sticks heard that and thought, yeah, let's get our vice president of special projects, who doesn't really do anything, but we keep paying him as long as he keeps his mouth shut on that right away. That's from Buck Swope, DVA, the recessed lady's breast. And Doug, that's what we have.
Swope.
For the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, what you got?
Well, I like the salty bald dad from Caseyville, but right at the end there, Buck Swope was pretty good. I did not like him saying Festus is the taint of Jefferson County. I did not like that, but I am going to vote for him.
Yeah,
Buck Swope.
Bald Dad was good, but it's Swope for me too.
Swope.
Buck Swope has his 2nd win in the month of June, and that puts him in the lead. Buck Swope has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.